Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury panel. First of all, can you all hear me? All right, I'm getting nods of yes. If not, we have hearing assistance devices that are available. My name is Pete Cahill, and I am one of the judges of the district court. And you have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to a fair trial before a fair judge, an impartial judge, and a fair and impartial jury. In order to make sure that the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys may ask questions to all prospective jurors, which must be answered under oath. And first, thank you for filling out the questionnaire that was mailed to you and returning it. Your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best assured by continuing to provide full and complete answers to the questions that you will be asked today. These questions will follow up on issues from the questionnaire and possibly other topics. Now, after the questioning is over, the attorneys will have the right to excuse some of you from service on this jury, and I may excuse others of you for what we call cause. In either case, it does not mean that you are not a fair person, and you should not take offense in being excused. I also ask that you not take any offense at any question you may be asked. We must pry, to some extent, in order to explore opinions that you hold and to hear about experience that you might have had that might affect your ability to serve in this case. The defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree. However, during trial, charges in the normal course might be added to or subtracted from these charges, but those are the charges as it stands. To the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. And now I'm going to ask the participants to introduce themselves. In the individual questioning that follows, you will be asked if you know anyone here. So, starting with the state, and you can remove your mask to be introduced.
Thank you. Would you like me to introduce the whole team? Or,
Everyone can introduce themselves. Mr. Nelson can introduce his client.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors. My name is Steve Slisher on behalf of the state of Minnesota.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christina Marinakis, and I'm here assisting with the prosecution.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Frank. I'm an Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Keith Ellison, on behalf of the state.
And for the defense.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Nelson. I represent Mr. Derek Chauvin. This is my client, Mr. Derek Chauvin. Behind me is my assistant, Amy Voss.
Thank you. Now, there may be other attorneys who are present for this case for the state, including Aaron Eldridge, Jerry Blackwell, and possibly other people who work for the Minnesota Attorney General's office. So, is there anyone on the panel, just by raising your hand, who knows somebody from the Minnesota Attorney General's office? Okay, no hands. Does anyone know Mr. Nelson or had any dealings with his office? Okay, no hands. And is anyone familiar with the defendant, Mr. Chauvin? Okay, no hands. You were given a long list of potential witnesses in this case, and hopefully you had a chance to review it sufficiently, because you'll be asked individually whether or not you know or are acquainted with any of those potential witnesses. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do in jury selection is to instruct you on the law, but I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in all criminal cases so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made against him or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him, and in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent persons would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Now, if you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given a witness's testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect, but in determining believability and weight of testimony, jurors may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, the relationship to the parties, the ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, their manner, their age and experience, their frankness and sincerity, or the lack thereof, reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence in the case, and any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury, you should rely in the last analysis upon your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. There are things you should not do, even during jury selection. You are not investigators. You are not to go out to do any looking, and you are not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers or the witnesses. Do not be offended if the attorneys, parties, or witnesses do not speak to you. They know that it would be improper to contact you, except through the normal selection process, and they will confine themselves to a brief greeting. Now, during the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them you are on a panel of potential jurors in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. And since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So, during these proceedings, please refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror or to comment on this trial. You may access such social media tools, but please do not publish any information about the case or your thoughts about the case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about the case, and do not talk to anyone involved. Because of the nature of the charges, this case will receive media coverage. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or online, and do not listen to news about it on radio or television. This trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or any other juror will be taken at any time, now or during trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. You will only be referred to by a random number. This is not a disrespect, it is to protect your privacy. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast unless we need to discuss something that is deeply personal or extremely sensitive or embarrassing, and I specifically order the audio not to be broadcast. In that case, you will still have to answer questions on the record, but without audio or video broadcast. Now, with the exception of juror number 1, we'll have you wait in another courtroom where you came from until it is your turn to be questioned. So you'll please go with my clerk who will escort you to that courtroom. Whether you are in that courtroom or this courtroom, keep in mind, although I took my mask off, it's only so I could be heard during now, and you'll see me put it back on for the remainder. But please keep your mask on and please follow social distancing. We also have hand sanitizer and wipes both available in this courtroom on the back table, but also in the courtroom in which you are waiting. And so with that, I'd ask you to go with the deputy, except for juror number 1. And juror number 1, we're going to have you come right up here. All right, be seated. Have a seat right there. Morning. I'm going to have you pull that microphone up close to you.
Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you much better then.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You're doing well. Thank you. So, first of all, I'm going to swear you in, so I'd ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right, thank you. First of all, I think there was an indication that you had a concern you wanted to express to the court. Is that about a language, or
Yeah.
could you tell me a little bit more about that?
Well, I don't speak too much English.
Okay.
So, I don't know if I'm able to be here.
Well, let me talk about that a little bit. I read certain concepts of the law while you're sitting out there. Did you understand what I was saying?
I understand, but
Okay, you said, but were there problems with some of the terms that I used?
some words, but I understand.
Okay.
So,
Do you think that you, and I'm glad you brought this up, so I appreciate that. Do you think that this might be a problem for trial, that because we will have expert witnesses and a variety of people talking
Yeah,
about different things, do you think that might be a problem absorbing everything and understanding all the evidence?
I understand, but the only I know what I see in the TV, and
Okay. I guess what it comes down to is every juror should consider all the evidence. And if your language, speaking
Okay.
English, is good enough that you could understand it, that's great.
Oh, okay.
But also if you feel comfortable expressing your opinion in a jury room, that's also important. So, do you think basically what you've heard today from me in the instructions and in filling out your questionnaire, that you understood the English language well enough to proceed as a possible juror?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
But
All right.
not like 100%.
All right, thank you. All right, well, let me turn to a couple of questions before I turn it over to the attorneys. First is, do you believe, now thinking back, you filled out the questionnaire, was everything on that true to the best of your knowledge? Like, is there anything you wanted to change or add to? Because sometimes people will fill out the questionnaire, and then they realize when they get here, oh, I should have probably said this or that, and that's normal. It's not like you're going to get into trouble because you give a different answer, because you are sworn under oath today. It's just a question of, is there anything you wanted to modify or add? Because maybe you had a thought that, since you filled out the questionnaire. Anything? Or is it pretty much accurate as it was? Pretty much accurate?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Now, the court has instructed you right from when you got the questionnaire not to read any articles or watch any media about that, and that was true when you got the questionnaire. Sometimes inadvertently you might see a headline or someone might talk about it with you, maybe giving you something you didn't know about the case since you filled out your questionnaire. From the time you filled out your questionnaire and sent it in to today, is there anything you've learned about the case? And I'm not saying that you did so intentionally, but maybe, like I say, see a headline, hear some people talking, that gave you more information about the case. Do you think that that's happened?
Yeah.
Okay, what did you learn since you filled out the questionnaire?
The questionnaire, when I don't know, I mean, because I had time to read and
Okay, yeah, if you could slow down just a little bit. The court reporter is taking everything down. And I'm going to have you take off your mask just to make it a little more, that's great. So you read an article? Or,
Yeah.
okay, what do you recall the article? What was the substance of it? What did it say? What information did it give you?
about the case for the George Floyd,
Okay,
how die, and I think it's doesn't fair because the guy he asking for he tell the guy I can breathe, so and he's still on top in his neck, So I think I saw the people who was with him. Why don't say, hey, no, don't do that because you're gonna kill. So I think
Okay.
it's not good.
And is that something you read after you filled out the questionnaire?
Too many questions.
Or before?
Too many questions, you know.
Yeah.
I read.
But this newspaper article where you got this information?
No, I saw the TV.
Okay.
You know, I'm working and I have to take care of my kids, and I don't have too much time to be in those things. So just what I see in the TV, but
Okay.
I don't have time to
Okay.
read newspaper or not. Just like what I saw in the TV.
All right.
So
What it comes down to is it's just about everyone has seen or read something. The question becomes, can you put all that aside? Because as a juror, you have to decide the case just on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. Do you think you could do that?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't wanna speak too much English, and
Okay.
I don't want.
Okay. Did you recognize any of the witnesses?
On the TV.
Or on the list that we gave you?
Just one name right here is Korean. I don't know where he's from. I remember the TV, the name.
Okay.
Chinese or Korean. I don't know where he's from.
And what was the name you remember?
It's right here. Sorry. Can find.
While you look for that, I'm going to talk to the attorneys. So you can keep looking, and I'm going to talk to the attorneys. Sidebar, please.
So think it's Tao Tu Tao.
Tu Tao? And do you actually know that person, or just?
No, just I saw on the TV.
Okay. Just like what you've read in the media or something? All right. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Nelson, and he's going to ask you some questions. So if you could continue. Now, one of the things that happens when we're doing jury selection is, as everyone talks to each other, we sometimes get into a habit of being conversational, which is okay, but conversations that are informal, we talk over each other, we say or we need yes or no, and not to talk over each other. And the lawyers are just as guilty of it half the time, so about talking over each other. So I'll try and control that part, but make sure you try and wait for the question to be finished and then give the answer. Mr. Nelson, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you can go to the podium.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you today?
Good, thanks.
So before I go too much further with my questioning, I just wanted to ask a couple of follow-up questions first on what the judge was asking you about. Would that be okay with you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So just remember, we need to use words in the courtroom because everything is being typed down, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for being here today. The judge asked you some questions. It's my understanding you indicated that you had a concern about your language.
Yes.
Can you say what it is more specifically, because you seem to be doing very well answering our questions. What are your concerns about your language?
Well, I understand, but sometimes I afraid to say the wrong word, you know, but most of the time.
Most of the time you understand? Okay, that's good. In terms of this case and the testimony that you hear during the course of this case, you're going to hear testimony from a lot of different type of people, okay?
Okay.
So you may hear from police officers, and you may hear from citizen witnesses, people who saw what happened, but you may also hear from doctors, right? People who have used big words a lot. Would you be concerned about your ability to understand what a doctor or an expert witness might say?
Just a concern?
Concern.
No, I think
Okay.
I'm going to understand.
So if they're using medical terms, you'd be able to understand that?
I think so.
Okay, good. So your language, I think, is pretty good.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I just have so I'm going to ask you a series of just some general questions before I ask you some specific questions about what you wrote in your questionnaire, okay?
Okay.
So my understanding, ma'am, is that you received a notice from Hennepin County telling you that you were going to be a juror, or you could be a juror in a case, right?
Yeah, they say make the questionnaire.
With the questionnaire? Okay. What was your first response to when you read that letter and the questionnaire?
My first, I say, why me? Because it's first time, and so I don't know, you know. But I try to fill out the questionnaire because I say I don't know if I had to be there or because it's first time and I'm working, you know.
Okay.
I had 3 kids, so I say I don't know if I'm gonna have time.
Okay.
But I'm gonna try.
Great. So your first thought was, if I understand you correctly, is why me, right? Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As you were filling out the questionnaire and it was asking you specific questions about this case and your perceptions about this case, did it concern you more because of the nature of this case versus other cases?
Yeah.
How so?
I say that that case is just only I know because I saw on the TV, you know.
Right.
I wasn't there. And,
Okay.
So,
I understand you weren't there, but does the profile of this case concern you?
say again?
So there are lots of, maybe I'll rephrase my question if that's okay. There are a lot of types of cases that come to court. Sometimes it may be someone steals something from a store, right? And nobody knows, nobody ever hears about it, right? But this case has been in the news a lot. You would agree with that? Is there anything about the fact?
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Sorry. Is there any? But this case has been in the news quite a bit, right?
Yes.
Have you only seen one news story, or have you seen many news stories?
No, like I said, I'm so busy at work, and you know, I'm housewife, and sometimes when I had time, I turn the TV and I saw, and most this case because just in the TV, you know, every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
And even since you filled out this questionnaire,
I had like they say, oh, why it has to do that, you know? I mean.
So let me, because you're saying something I think very important here, and I want to make sure I understand. Okay. You saw some videos about what happened. Is that correct?
Yeah, the news.
On the news? So you saw a video that many people have seen of the arrest of Mr. Floyd. Yes?
Second when?
So did you see a video of Mr. Floyd being arrested by the Minneapolis Police Department?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And what I think you said is you had a reaction to that video. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I saw when that guy put his, I don't know, leg or knee on the, you know, so he can breathe.
Okay.
And he asking for.
And did you form an opinion about what you saw? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it's very awkward. It's not like real life. What was the opinion that you formed when you saw that video?
My opinion is when he tell the guy I can breathe, and he still do that, you know. And I remember when I saw another police around him, and I said, why don't say, hey, don't do that because he's gonna die. So I said, why? Just, you know, what I feel, that's not fair because we are humans, you know. And he said, hey, I can breathe. He was on top on him, so he doesn't. He can move. He was on top, so.
Okay. So your job, if you were to be selected as a juror in this case, would be to hear all of the evidence in this case. Do you understand that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you may see that video again in this trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
But you may also hear or see other videos from different angles and different perspectives. Would you be okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. The question then becomes, if you see, are you willing, let me rephrase this, are you willing to examine all of the evidence to make a determination about this case?
Yes.
The opinion that you had before when you first saw the video, would you be willing to change that opinion if you find other information out later?
Well, it's true, you know. Yes.
What is true?
It is true, whatever evidence.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, again, we have to be very clear here, okay? Would you be willing to re-examine your opinion today if you see other evidence that change it? Would you allow it to change your mind?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, I'm going to just ask you some more general questions, if that's okay. All right, just to learn a little bit more about you. Okay.
Okay.
So let's pretend that you and I met each other at a party rather than a courtroom. Right?
Mhm.
Can you just tell me one or two things about you that you would want me to walk away knowing about your life?
You want to know about me, you say?
Yeah.
Like
What's important to you in your life?
my family.
Okay. Can you tell me a little about your family? No names or anything, but just tell me, do you have children?
Yes, I have 3.
Okay.
My oldest, he's 25. My second one's 17. My little girl's 8. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And have you talked about the fact that you're coming here today with your family?
No, just my husband.
Just your husband?
Mhm.
Okay. Have you told any of your friends that you were going to be here today?
No, just my manager.
Just your manager
At work. Mhm.
at work? Okay.
Mhm.
Did you tell anybody that you filled out this questionnaire?
No, just my husband and I.
Okay,
Mhm.
just your husband. Did your husband help you fill out the questionnaire?
Yes, because like I said, my English is buried, and I understand, and but my writing,
So you
not good.
okay? So your husband actually wrote the answers here?
No, I did, but he helped me some questions.
So he helped you read the questions?
Mhm.
Is-
Yeah, and sometimes I look for the translation, and I write the answer.
Okay, so you had to actually use a dictionary to look up a word that you
Yeah,
didn't know?
Google Translation.
Okay,
Mhm.
Google Translation.
Hmm.
Now, there were certain questions on the questionnaire that you did not even write in a response to. Do you remember that?
Too many questions. Okay, I don't remember.
Okay, and did you keep a copy of
No,
it?
no.
Okay. So, I think we've talked a little bit. The first question was what you remembered or what you had heard about this case, and we've talked about that somewhat this morning. So, but you didn't answer that question in the questionnaire. Was that because you didn't understand it, or?
Yeah, if I didn't, it's because I don't understand.
So if you did not answer a question, it was because you didn't understand the question?
Yes.
So let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, just in terms of your language, how good do you think your English is? 1 being bad, I don't speak any English, and 10 being I'm wonderful at English.
No, I'm not wonderful. I don't know.
You don't know?
7.
7? That's good.
Just say 1 to 10.
1 to 10, yep. Okay.
8.
7, 8?
Mhm.
All right. So for work, you work as a nursing assistant?
Yes.
Okay. And do you work with many clients?
No, labor, deliver, maternity.
Okay. Maternity?
Hmm.
Okay. But you do have 3 kids, right?
Yes. Hmm.
So can you think of a situation where your kids had an argument with each other? Did your kids ever argue with each other?
My older, he is very nice. Also, he has learning disability,
Okay.
but he's wonderful kid. And my second one, he's 17. He's in high school, and he's so quiet, and sometimes he's angry because they have a lot of homework. Sometimes he don't want to talk to him because he's busy on the computer all the time. And my 8 years old, she's not good at math, so she said, "Ma, I need help with math." But I said, "I'm from Mexico, and in Mexico they teach different than here." So I try, but my husband helped him more because he likes math. My husband, I don't like. He need a lot of help. My baby girl.
Okay.
In school.
So your family sounds lovely and wonderful, and
Thank you.
I guess my question is, have you ever had to resolve a conflict between your children?
Conflict? No.
Okay.
Like you said, they fight. I mean,
Well, it could be physical fighting, or
No, mm-mm.
what about yelling at each other?
no. I teach. They are brothers and sisters. They need to respect each other. No.
Okay.
Thanks God, no.
So,
Sometimes my second son and my little girl, they my little girl try to play with him, but my second son is very reserved. He focus only study, not play. So, but they, thanks God, they never hit each other or argue. No.
okay.
It's-
So outside of your family, can you think of a situation where you were asked to settle a dispute between two people?
Say again.
Like resolve or fix two people who are arguing with each other?
If I sat outside and
In any way, like if at work,
I work,
or at home, or in your extended family?
I work. No, in my family, no. I work just when my coworkers they match mad, angry. I have one friend, and she told me, "You always speak for your rights, and if you have something problem with the person, go speak to her." But I don't see people at work fighting.
So what I'm trying to, I guess, and maybe I'm not asking it clearly enough. What I'm trying to understand is how would you decide? Because in a trial, right, there's two sides against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And your job as a juror is to decide what are called the facts of the case. What happened, right? Who's telling the truth? How do you do that in your personal life, and how do you think that would help you be a juror in this case?
Well, in personal, to be a juror,
Would the court like
Is-
to inquire further?
Say it like to inquire? No. Mr. Slisher, did you wish to approach?
I do wish to inquire.
Okay, you may. Okay. We're just going to talk, so
Okay.
you can just hold on.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry about the interruption. So, can you think of a situation in your life where two people have told you a story about an incident, and one person says, "This is what happened," and another person says, "No, no, no, this is what happened"? Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Can you think of a situation like that just in your head?
Yes.
And these two people are telling two different stories about the same incident. Okay? How do you determine, what tools would you use to determine which person is telling the more accurate story?
It's a hard question because, like you said, I need to see this and the other person. So
I guess
I need to see who is telling the truth.
and how do you determine who is telling the truth?
How? With evidence.
Okay, good. Now, in terms, again, of the concept of evidence, right? You're going to hear a lot of evidence in this case, right? You're going to hear from many witnesses, you're going to see many pictures, you're going to see all sorts of evidence, right? How would you rank the importance of what you see? Like, what's better evidence in one sense in your mind than other types of evidence?
Like I said, I'm gonna speak how I feel, like inside, how I see the things. And
Okay. In terms of one answer on your questionnaire, I just have for you, the question asked, why do you feel that you want to be a juror on this case? That was the question. And you wrote, because I would like to give my opinion of the unjust death of George Floyd. Do you remember writing that?
yeah, I think.
What did you mean by that?
My opinion, like I said, where I sat, I said, why he do that? Why the guy, he's shocking.
Okay. So you made a determination in your mind, you made a decision already, right?
Yes.
If you see evidence from a different perspective, are you willing to change your mind?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Your Honor, if I may just have a sidebar.
We're going to actually excuse you, so you're released from your jury service. You don't have to check in with the jury office or anything like that. If you have your yellow lanyard and the letter, do you have the letter with the number on it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just take that. You can leave it on the stand there.
This one
And
here?
right, and then you can go with the deputy. Thank you for taking the time to
Thank
fill out
you.
the questionnaire and to be here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Greg. Hold on. All right, just for the record, we had sidebar conferences in which defense made a challenge for cause. State responded and opposed that cause challenge. I think it was primarily based on her English proficiency. I denied the motion for cause basically because it did not appear that it was the language per se that was causing difficulties. It was more she's not a sophisticated witness or a sophisticated juror, but that's true of native English speakers. And so I did not think that that was a proper challenge for cause. But given that there was some concern about her lack of understanding of legal terms, which again, not so much language, but just her sophistication, I could see why a defense peremptory would be exercised, and it has been. So that is defense peremptory number 1. With the marvels of communication, I've had an ex parte contact from former retired Judge Robert Small, who is watching the proceedings, and said that he can see the juror in the plexiglass. He said it's very hard to make out any details, and in fact, when I got that text, I looked and I could see vague outlines. I'm not concerned too much, except I have emailed the court administrator to have somebody up here over the lunch hour to remove the plexiglass. I think since the witness stand has plexiglass on it and everyone is remaining masked to a great extent, I think we can fudge a little bit on that so that there is not a reflection of the juror at all. It is not a horrible reflection, and you can even check it out over the lunch hour if you wish. But it's going to be my order that when we have a chance, we remove the plexiglass. But it's not so vital and so clear of what the witness looks like that I think it has to be removed immediately. Mr. Slisher, did you have something?
Apologize, Your Honor. I'm just wondering if there's anything that could be done with the lighting that would make that go away quickly. Sometimes if you just dim it a little bit and change the reflection.
We'll try everything we can. These lights are not dimmable, but there might be some other options, and I'll consult with the appropriate people who can maybe give us an idea on that.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record before we proceed?
Not from the state.
All right. Thank you. We'll go to the next year. We're going to take a 5-minute recess because the Chief Judge needs to consult with me. So. We're off the record still. Well, this is just a reminder that judges should not try and be. We've solved the reflection problem. Not only did I get the direct email from, or text message from former Judge Small, Judge Barnett got a number of emails from his former clerk, and so everyone apparently is let us know that there was a problem that we have now solved. So our next juror. Oh, just a note for counsel. I've noticed in some of the questionnaires, if they say specifically what their position is, it might reveal who they are. So let's be careful. Morning, have a seat. You are juror number 2, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have you pull up the microphone so it's pretty close to you.
Sure.
And if necessary, we might ask you to remove your mask.
That's fine. The cord's kind of caught.
Yeah, I think that's about it. The best we can do.
Is that all right?
I think we might have you remove your mask because that'll help.
Okay.
If you don't mind. I'll try and stay 6 feet away from you, and we have plexiglass between us.
Okay.
Couple of things that I want to go over before I turn it over to the attorneys. First of all, I'm going to swear you in so that you can answer the questions today. So raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right, thank you. First of all, you filled out a questionnaire. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Sometimes after you fill it out, you realize that maybe there's something you should have added or changed, amended, and that's normal. So if there's anything like that that you can recall, is there anything you wanted to volunteer about that, or is it pretty much good to go as is?
I can't recall if there's anything I'd like to
Okay.
change.
All right, that's not a problem. Now, the questionnaire also advised you not to read articles, pay attention, essentially to avoid any media coverage of this trial. And the question I have for you is, since you filled out the questionnaire, has there been any media coverage that you became aware of, just inadvertently? Somebody's talking about it, you caught a headline, that type of thing. Not an intentional investigation of the facts, but just you saw something inadvertently, it was something you can't forget.
I think the only things I may have caught inadvertently were the dates of the start of the trial and the dates of the first call for jurors to be interviewed.
Oh, okay.
But no details besides that.
Okay, so nothing about the process, about the attorneys, anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, can you pretty much decide the case only on what you hear and see in the courtroom? That's probably the most important question, because most people have seen something about the case. Mm-hmm. Do you think you can put aside anything you may have heard or seen outside the courtroom, essentially be the blank slate, and decide the case according to the facts and the law, and the facts based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom and nowhere else?
Yes,
All right. Did you recognize any of the witnesses on the list you were given?
I did not.
Okay. We have the trial estimate was in the questionnaire. Any concerns about the length of the trial? We think it's going to be, once you come back March 29th, if you're on the jury, it'll be about 3 or 4 weeks, we think.
I think that's manageable.
Okay.
Yeah.
And ultimately, can you be fair and impartial?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson then to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. You nervous to be here?
We've been sitting long enough. I'm feeling a little better.
Okay, good. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask you some kind of general questions first, and then I'm going to move into some specific questions about some of your answers on your questionnaire, if that's okay.
Sure.
If there's anything I ask you that you don't understand, please let me know. And it's kind of awkward, but we're court reporters writing everything down, so we need to use words like yes and no versus mm-hmm or mm-mm. Okay?
Understood.
Okay, thank you, sir. First and foremost, let's just assume you and I met under different circumstances. We're at a party or some social gathering, and we are introduced to each other. What are 2 or 3 things that you would want me to know about yourself after we finish that conversation?
That's an interesting question. I suppose I'd probably talk about my work because I'm pretty passionate about it. I work in science. And so, from that, I consider myself a pretty, logical person. Although I guess if we were meeting at a party, that might not be something that I would be bringing up. But yeah, my work, as I work as a chemist, and I'm passionate about that. I suppose I stay active and like to spend time outside. Yeah.
All right, great, wonderful. So you received in the mail a notice that you were being summoned for jury duty, right?
Yes.
And it had a copy of the questionnaire and a witness list with it?
Yes.
So when you first opened that envelope, in all honesty, what was your initial reaction?
Surprise. I mean, I wouldn't say that it was a different feeling than the feeling I got when I saw the summons in the mail, which is just kind of general, trepidation about being summoned for jury duty, but and maybe upon seeing details that was heightened. I wouldn't say that I felt any specific other emotion though, besides that initial trepidation.
Right,
Yeah.
Totally understandable. So you got the initial summons, right, had some trepidation, and then you got the questionnaire second to that?
I want to say they were in the same letter, but I could be mistaken about that.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not questioning you, your answer. I honestly don't know. But so when you saw that you were being summoned in this particular case, you were obviously aware of this case before you received your jury notice?
I was aware of the case, yes.
And so when you see that you're being summoned for this particular case and the notoriety, would you say your trepidation increased?
I suppose. I wouldn't say that I was, maybe that was a poor choice of word there, but I wouldn't say that I was scared to take on, a trial of this magnitude. It was more of just, a recognition of the gravity of being summoned for a trial this important.
Okay. How about were you here yesterday, or is
Yes.
today your first time?
Yesterday I was here.
Okay. So how about when you first pulled up to the court and saw what had been erected around the courthouse?
Well, having avoided as much news about this as I could, I was a little surprised because I have been here before and obviously the fences were not there. But it did seem, I wouldn't say it was unexpected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did it cause you any concern?
I don't think concerns what I felt.
Okay. How would you describe how you felt? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Protected, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you actually felt safer when you saw that?
Yeah, I mean, knowing that those people were there to ensure that I was safe, I would say that's what I felt, yeah.
Okay. After you filled out the questionnaire, did you tell anybody that you had been summoned to come to court for this case?
Not for this case. My fiance, I did tell. She was there when I opened the letter, but didn't see anything on the letter.
Okay. But you've not told any other family members or anything that you're here?
Well, again, so I haven't been specific about the case.
Okay.
But I did, my fiance knows that I have been summoned and am here. And I had to tell my supervisor at work for approval for time off. But again, no details.
Yep, okay. So let me ask you a situation, and perhaps it's a science question or perhaps it's a personal question, I don't know. Have you ever been called upon to resolve a conflict or a dispute between two people?
Yes.
Okay. How do you go about the process of resolving that dispute? What tools would you employ?
So I'd honestly, if I were going to draw on an experience, for an example, I worked for a long time as like a summer camp counselor. And it feels weird to, compare an argument between two kids or campers or whatever, but because I did that for a long time and from when I was very young, and what I was trained to do is listen to both sides, hear them both out, and have an open dialogue about it with, I guess both parties.
Right.
Yeah.
I actually think that's a fairly reasonable analogy. So as a counselor, would it fall upon you to impose discipline if someone violated the rules of the camp?
In that position, no. I would have a dialogue with, a supervisor about what would be appropriate, but in general, that wouldn't fall on me.
Okay, so two kids have an argument, a dispute, a physical fight, whatever happens, right? Your job is to kind of wade through the details from both sides, right? Agreed?
Yeah.
And then come to a conclusion about who is telling the truth, who is at fault, those types of determinations.
Yes.
Okay. And so when these two opposing sides would be kind of there, right? How would you, what tools would you listen to other than just having an open dialogue, right? How can you tell if someone's lying, I guess is the question.
It's a hard question. I rely, maybe this is going back now, backtracking to science, but I rely on facts and logic and what's in front of me. If a kid says that he got punched by another kid on the nose, and I look at the kid's nose and there's no blood coming out of his nose, or it doesn't look like it's been punched, maybe, that suggests the kid wasn't punched on the nose. I can only rely on what's in front of me, and I can only use what's presented to me in that dispute to resolve it.
Okay. So let me just draw on your example that you gave. Do you think that every punch on the nose results in a bloody nose or apparent physical injury?
No.
Okay. And so simply because someone said they were punched in the nose and you don't see the physical evidence of it, are you saying you would consider that person to not be telling the truth?
I would say that, again, the information in front of me, I have to make a decision one way or another. And so I rely on the evidence I have to make my best, the best decision I can.
Okay.
You can never, I don't suppose I can ever truly know if a person's lying or not. That would require me to be in their head.
So sometimes when I've examined scientists as potential jurors in cases, there is a level of information that's needed in order to formulate an opinion. Would you agree with that?
Opinion and fact are important distinctions for me. You know, I can have an opinion, but I can't necessarily especially if we're talking about a court of law here, or, you know, me as a potential juror. If I have an opinion on something in real life, you know, I have to be careful not to. I guess the criteria for me determining that opinion in real life are different than forming an opinion as a member of a jury.
Okay. How so?
Well, there are strict standards about, you know, and rules set that, you know, the judge outlined to us about, you know, what were the words you used? I'm sorry if it's inappropriate for me to ask. Reasonable, beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Maybe those criteria don't apply to opinions in your day-to-day life, but they do here.
Okay. Good. In that vein, can you think of a circumstance where you formed an opinion about something and then later evidence comes along and upsets that opinion?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of that? I know it's put you on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. We keep going back to science, but I mean, science isn't a set of facts, right? Science is a set of theories that have been proven, and over time, you know, more evidence is presented. But, you know, at one point, the world's leading scientists thought that, you know, the sun revolved around the Earth, and then more evidence came to light, and their theory was adjusted. Same applies to me.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to your questionnaire and just follow up with some questions on your questionnaire. So the first question asked you to kind of detail what you knew about the case or what you had heard about the case, and I had some questions about how you answered them. You used the word "killed" in it to describe the death of George Floyd. Do you think that the use of that word is demonstrative of your opinion about this case?
Could you read the full
Sure.
context of that for me?
I would be happy to. He was put in the back of their car but escaped and was killed when Chauvin knelt on his neck area.
I wouldn't say that it's demonstrative of my opinion. I think that what I was attempting to convey there is that I guess I'm having trouble answering the question because I'm not, in my opinion, that phrasing just means that Mr. Floyd died because of something that, at least my impression of it, was he died due to something out of his control. And so to me, that's what the word "killed" means.
Okay. And so, I mean, it's fair to say, I mean, you're human, right? We all are. And when you in your questionnaire, you acknowledge that you've seen a Facebook video or certain videos of this incident, right?
I have not seen the video.
Oh, you've not. I'm sorry. I hadn't flipped my page. So you've not seen any of the social media videos or news stories with clips of the video or anything?
No.
Okay.
I've seen there's a still image that was pretty common, but that's the most I've seen.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. But based on your observation of that still photo, you formed an opinion about what was happening in that instant, right?
I wouldn't attribute that to the photo. I'd attribute that to news that was circulating at the time.
Okay. So you followed the news media about it a little bit?
At the time, yeah.
Okay. And you, based on the media presentation of the case, you formed an opinion about what had happened?
Yeah, I'd say I formed a tentative opinion about what happened.
Okay.
Sure.
And what do you mean by tentative opinion?
Well, I'm not an expert in law or any of that, and so I wouldn't say I was qualified to form an opinion on whether there was murder or whether there was, you know, any kind of intent. I just formed an opinion on the events, I guess you could say.
What was that opinion?
That, you know, what I said on the questionnaire, that Mr. Floyd was in the back of the car, and like you said, I would use the word escaped. It seems kind of like maybe I'd use a different word now, that he got out of the car, I don't know, and then died, was killed on the ground. Yeah.
And do you attribute responsibility for that to my client sitting here today based on the media presentation?
I don't think I can say one way or another. I mean, not here.
Okay.
Maybe at the time I had an opinion, but with some distance, I don't think I can say.
Okay. So your opinion or your perspective has evolved over time? Is that what you would say?
I'd say that.
Okay. And you did visit the location of 38th in Chicago after the fact?
I did. I can't recall exactly how long after the fact it was.
Okay. Why did you do that?
It happened in my city. It was a transformative event for that area, and we were thinking, me and my fiance were thinking about moving into that area eventually, or nearby that area, and we wanted to visit.
Okay. You also indicated that you had a circumstance where you were involved, or someone was demonstrating road rage towards you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just tell me what happened in that situation?
Sure. So yeah, that was, I think, pretty close to when I filled out the questionnaire. It's interesting I put that in there. Yeah, I attempted to. I was exiting off of a highway and I tapped my brakes because I thought that somebody was going to cut me off and I didn't want to crash. The person behind me thought that I was brake checking them, tailgated me, attempted to pass me on the shoulder in a pretty dangerous way. I called the police, and that was it.
Okay. And the police responded?
Yes.
State Patrol, Minneapolis Police, do you know what department?
I think it was Minneapolis Police. I wasn't on the highway.
Okay. And what was your experience like with the Minneapolis Police Department in that instance?
It was neutral. They showed up probably an hour after I called, and by then most of my nerves had faded away. But there wasn't much to be done. There was no damage, so they just took my statement and were on their way.
Okay. Any other incidents that you've had with law enforcement in your life?
Yeah. I mean, nothing big, but
Sure.
like yesterday when I was pulling in here, my car was blocked by a person who I believed was with the protests or something like that, and I had a conversation with the police officer who helped me get to the parking ramp.
Okay. Nothing about that is going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case, is it?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had a negative experience with law enforcement?
I mean, a minor negative experience when I was working at that summer camp that was near a lake, and there was a year where the water was particularly high, and I attempted to turn onto a road that the police had blocked because a car in front of me turned on there and wasn't stopped, but they stopped me, and I mean, I was a kid, I was in high school, and they asked some pretty, I don't know if aggressive is the right way to say it, but some pretty aggressive questions to me about why I would do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that you had a souring effect on you?
No.
No?
No, it was a long time ago.
Okay. Was that the Minneapolis Police Department?
No, that would have been Orono.
Or no?
Yeah.
What is your overall perspective of the Minneapolis Police Department as you sit here today?
It's a pretty broad question. I'd say, all of my experiences with them have been positive. I think that, the police department, I'm an advocate for community policing. I don't know, I'm not an expert on a whole lot of
Sure.
policing techniques or, the way that the Minneapolis police is, frankly, because I haven't had a lot of interactions with them. But overall, I'd say that, my personal impression of them is fine, neutral.
When you say you're an advocate for community policing, what do you mean by that?
Just police connecting with their community is what and honestly, again, I have not had a lot of experiences with police, so maybe that's, something that I'd like to change. I'd like to have an opportunity to interact with police more often, maybe.
Okay. So it's fair to say that I think you just said that you're not an expert in policing policies, practices, things
No.
of that nature. And if you hear expert testimony about various policing science, essentially, which it is considered a science, the science of policing, would you be able to differentiate between expert witnesses who may disagree on the appropriate application of that science?
What do you mean by that?
So if you have, think about it in your professional life. You have two scientists looking at the same problem and they reach different conclusions about the science. How do you resolve that scientific dispute?
I look at their evidence, I look at their methodology, and I based on what they presented to me. So I suppose I'd do the same.
Okay. You obviously have some scientific background. You're a chemist. If you hear scientific expert in the form of chemistry, right, and you are listening to an expert witness and you have some knowledge that you've picked up throughout the course of your education or your career, are you going to use what you think is the correct chemistry, or are you going to accept the chemistry as presented in court?
I think my gut reaction to that question would be I would want to find more information.
Okay.
If something that I think I know comes into conflict with something that is presented to me, what I'd want is clarification and more information.
Okay. So I think that raises a kind of a particular dynamic that sometimes happens in court. Is I'm not a chemist. I don't think that any of my colleagues are chemists. And sometimes we may inadvertently miss a question, right? And that strikes you as important, right? Because of your background. You're not going to have the opportunity to ask that witness clarifying questions. You're going to have to decide based on the evidence as it's presented in court. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And my question for you is, if you needed that additional information, or you felt that that additional information was important to the cause, or whatever the that's under consideration, and you can't get any additional information than what was presented in court, are you going to be able to set aside what you believe or you know potentially to be on your scientific background, or are you going to be able to decide it based on the evidence that's presented in court?
Yeah, I think I can.
So just a couple of questions in terms of, there was a page that had, I'm just going to see if you can see that, had a series of rate your opinion from 1 to 5, agree, disagree kind of a thing. I just had a couple questions on that. Question F within that category asked, Minneapolis police officers are more likely to respond with force when confronting black suspects than when dealing with white suspects. And it appears that you initially answered 3, no opinion, crossed that off and switched it to 4, which was somewhat disagree. Okay? I mean, you may not remember this or may not specifically recall your thinking in that moment. I understand that. But if I were to ask you that question today, Minneapolis police officers are more likely to respond with force when confronting black suspects than when dealing with white suspects. Where would you rate yourself on that? Would you agree, somewhat agree, have no opinion, somewhat disagree, or strongly disagree?
I think I would align with my final answer on that. I would somewhat disagree.
Okay. Can you explain that?
I think so. I think if I were to explain my thinking, I don't have, the full slate of police encounters in front of me and information about them. So all I have is what has been presented to me, right? So through the media and all that. And so I think, keeping in mind any biases I may have had, I don't think that, I just don't believe that a police encounter with a black person from a Minneapolis Police Department officer is more likely to be, is it violent was the word? Or
Responding with force.
with force, yeah. I'd say I just somewhat disagree. It's just hard for me to make a call without, being presented with.
Sure. Well, I mean, along that line, the questioner asks you, the criminal justice system is biased against racial and ethnic minorities, and you strongly agreed with that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the information to make that judgment?
I know more about that. Yes. And to clarify, that was referring to the criminal justice system, correct?
Right.
So at the time that I'd done that questionnaire, I knew, or I do know now about mandatory minimums and things like that are biased against racial minorities, statistically.
Okay. So you did some sort of I'm just asking out of curiosity. You kind of looked and did some research or looked into
In the past,
In
yes.
the past. Okay. So in terms of disparate sentencing between peoples of color and white people, you think that that's one way that the system, the criminal justice system, is biased against people of color?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other ways that you think that happens too?
I mean, it's possible, but that's the one that I'm familiar with.
Okay. And so your opinion is that you strongly agree with that statement is predicated on that isolated kind of analysis, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The last question I have about this page was local police departments try to cover up excessive force rather than correct it, and you somewhat agreed with that. Can you explain your thinking there?
I'm not sure that I can. At the time that I filled out the questionnaire, I was still following news. And since then I haven't, and it's been a few months. So maybe, today I would have to revise that to no opinion. But, I can't speak to what I was thinking at the time I filled that out.
I mean, was there something specific in the news at that time that made you think? Can you think of what was in the news that made you think that police departments cover up excessive force claims?
I can't recall. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, fair enough. You also indicated that your fiance has some medical training. She's a physical therapist.
Yes.
And so kind of along those same line of questions that we were talking about earlier, let's say you're listening to some expert testimony here in this case, and they're talking about restraints or various medical things involving asphyxia, okay? Would you rely on the evidence you hear in court, or would you go home and say, honey, this is what we're talking about, what do you think? And get information from her.
I'd rely on what I hear in court.
There were two questions in the questionnaire that I'd like you to expand on a little more, about Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. With respect to Black Lives Matter, you indicated that you viewed that organization in a somewhat favorable light. And with respect to Blue Lives Matter, you indicated that it was somewhat unfavorable, in your opinion.
Could I get a clarification? So Black Lives Matter, does it specifically say organization in there? Because if that's the case, I'd change my answer.
It doesn't specifically say in the question, but your response was, I don't love, underline the organization itself, parenthetical to extreme.
Yeah, well, sorry, that was louder. Yeah, I don't love the Black Lives Matter organization. I do support the movement, or at least this is, I want to make sure because this is nuanced, but I support that, the message that every life should matter equally. I don't believe that the organization Black Lives Matter necessarily stands for that. I do think that, the phrase and the movement stand for that.
Okay. And that's, you have a favorable response to that, right?
Yes, I think all lives matter equally.
Okay. And you indicate that you kind of see Blue Lives Matter as a counter to the Black Lives Matter. Can you expand on that?
I think that I don't really see it as a counter, and that's why I see it as unfavorable, because I don't see the two as mutually exclusive. I don't see why the counter to Black lives should matter the same as all lives would be police lives matter too, because in my opinion, the whole point of that is all lives should matter equally, and that should include police.
Do you think that the two, you indicated you don't think that the two are mutually exclusive, so in other words, both and, right?
I suppose, sure.
There's a question about, in the questionnaire, about evaluating graphic photographs or video, and you wrote, I could handle it, but due to the weight of the jury process, I'm willing to be made uncomfortable. Can you just explain that a little broader?
Yeah, I mean, I don't go out of my way to watch or look at graphic things, but again, when I'm summoned for jury duty, whether it would be this case or another case, I think I value the importance of that duty over my personal comfort.
Right. So the last question in the questionnaire is about whether you want to serve as a juror in this case. You checked yes, and then with an explanation, why do you feel, and I liked your response that you feel that serving on a jury is a civic duty, you want to contribute, and you think you'd be good and fair and impartial, which I'm getting that sense. But let me ask you that same question in a slightly different way, if that's okay. There are some people who respond to the jury process in an effort to intentionally get themselves off of the jury. And there are other people who respond to jury questionnaires or jury questions in such a way to intentionally get on the jury, right? Because they have some particular belief or cause. Would you describe yourself as either of those?
My answers were truthful. That's how I would describe my answers.
Fair enough. Your Honor, if I may have just a moment to confer.
Swisher, it's getting close to our morning break. How long do you think? Should we take it now, or
Let's go now, Your Honor. I won't be too long.
you would like to examine now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 2, you described your work and training in science as a passion. Can you please expound on that a little bit?
Sure. I guess I've always felt I had kind of an analytical mind. I excelled in science classes, math classes when I was younger, and kind of always viewed life through that lens, I guess you could say. I think integrity I guess that's the word, is integrity is important, and it's easy for me to use that value or apply that value to my work, which is something that I like.
And did you say that your background is environmental studies, or that's your degree?
My degree is environmental studies and chemistry. It's a combined degree.
All right. And tell me how you use your environmental studies degree in your current job, or if you do.
I do, yeah. I work in a laboratory that does environmental sample analysis. I'm not sure how specific I should be, but I guess it doesn't matter, right?
Don't name the employer, but just tell me what your day-to-day job is like without
Sure.
disclosing who you work for or exactly.
Yeah, that's fine. I receive samples that have been shipped into the company, and I test them for a wide slate of contaminants that are either environmentally concerning or dangerous to worker hygiene. And I also do, the company I work for produces products, and I do specific testing on them to make sure that they won't be harmful to the environment.
And so as a person who tests products on behalf of an employer who makes such products, sometimes I'm assuming you get a test result that could go one way and one that could go another. Is that right?
Sure.
And the employer wants to know the information as it is. They don't want you to massage it one way or the other. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so part of your job is to be an objective fact finder, I guess, every day. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about the camp that you worked for as a counselor? I was interested in hearing that.
Sure. Yeah, it was a summer camp through my childhood synagogue in a western suburb. I worked there for like 7 or 8 years, 7 summers. Started as a counselor, worked as an advocate, working one-on-one with campers that needed additional help. And then worked as a senior staff member designing programming.
Yeah. What age children are you working with?
It was K through 6.
You also mentioned that you and your fiance were interested in moving to the area of 38th in Chicago, or at least that neighborhood. Is that right?
Neighborhoods in that region. It was a broad search.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just describe what interested you in that particular area or those neighborhoods?
We were looking mostly in near the lakes down there, Lake Nokomis, Lake Hiawatha, just because we're active and wanted to be near, the creek, wanted to be near the lake, somewhere we could bike, walk our dog, and they had a good sense of community there, which was important to us.
You described yourself as enjoying outdoor activities. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you please expound on that a little bit? What kind of activities are you interested in?
I play ultimate frisbee in the summers. I go backpacking and hiking probably between 5 and 10 times a year, depending on the weather and the pandemic. That's the gist of it. We do a lot of biking around the city when we have the chance to in the summer.
Speaking of the pandemic, you see that we've taken some steps here to ensure social distancing and masking requirements and whatnot. Do you feel comfortable with the precautions that have been taken here?
Yes.
Do you think they're appropriate
Yes, sure.
given the pandemic?
Yeah, I think safety should be important for everybody involved here. Sure.
I appreciate you answering my questions today. Thank you very much.
Pass for cause? All right. Okay, juror number 2. You will be on this jury. And so we're going to have you return on March 29th at 9 a.m. because we're not going to start evidence or anything else. Again, you're not an investigator. Do not go and investigate. Try and avoid all media coverage of this case. And if there's any change in schedule, as you've already noticed from yesterday and today, some things happen. But we're pretty confident that we'll be able to start March 29th at 9 a.m. And so I would ask you to report at 9 a.m. Make sure you're up here by 9 a.m. And you'll be taken to the appropriate, back to the courtroom that you're lounging in, and then we will call you in when the appropriate time is ready. Do you have any questions about that?
I'm not sure if you're able to answer this question.
I'll tell you if I can.
Yeah. Again, what kind of information am I able to disclose to, like, say, my employer?
What you should tell them is that you have been selected as a juror on a criminal case, and that the anticipated time that you will need that week and the following 3 weeks, so 4 weeks total.
Okay.
And that's what you should tell them.
All right. Thank you.
All right. With that, I would ask that you leave the yellow lanyard with the card on the witness stand.
Okay.
But make sure you keep your letter.
He needs a lanyard too. He has to keep the lanyard.
We changed it.
Okay.
We're changing things on the fly. We're going to keep the lanyard. You're going to be reissued it when you come in on March 29th.
Okay.
But the one thing you do have to keep is that letter that has the sticker and your number on it, because that, as you probably already found out, is how you get in. So make sure you keep that safe and bring it with you on March 29th. Okay? Any other questions?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, you can go with the deputy. All right, we're going to take our morning recess. We'll convene back here at 11:10. I note the Supreme Court asked for response to the PFR by today at 5 o'clock, so I don't know if the state needs. I assume that's being taken care of by those not in the courtroom. All right, thank you all. See you in 11:10. This is juror number 3, right? Okay.
Judge, off the record, did that little screen thing get resolved?
Yep.
Okay. What was it? Reflection?
It was just, since the camera's here, it's just the angle. Let's get juror number 3. All right, good morning. Come on up. Okay. You are juror number 3, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, and we are going to just refer to you by your number. And so the first thing I'm going to do is swear you in, so make sure that all your questions are answered under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, we want to make sure that you speak right into the microphone so that we can hear your voice. And also, we tend to, in jury selection, get into kind of a conversational tone. And so you'll have a tendency to, like, interrupt the questions with affirmation, or to answer with, We can't really do that because our court reporter needs yes and no answers. And also, you cannot talk over each other. So it happens because, like I say, it becomes kind of a conversation, a normal conversation. We do interrupt each other, talk over each other. But let's try and avoid that if we can in this case. So you filled out a questionnaire, and the first question I have is there anything you wanted to add or modify? Because sometimes people fill out the questionnaire, and then in reflection, they realize there was something they probably should have put in there. Is there anything that comes to mind regarding that?
Not off the top of my head. It was a while ago, and I think I filled it out to the best of my ability at the time, and I don't know that that's changed.
Okay. If, one of the attorneys is questioning you, you do have something that comes to mind, you'll feel free to offer that. Now, you're not supposed to read any articles, and you're supposed to avoid media about this case. And that's what it said in the questionnaire. Since the questionnaire has advised you to avoid any media coverage of this, have you inadvertently been exposed to any media? And by that I mean, it's not your fault if you see a headline, or maybe somebody talks to you about it, says, "Oh, did you hear?" And is there anything like that that has happened since the questionnaire, and now as you sit here in court?
A couple headlines, and to be super specific, Instagram stories that have been shared, or Instagram posts that have been shared, but they're all fairly high level, not anywhere near like the depth of an article.
Okay, do they talk at all about the substance of the case, or the procedures, or the participants, anything like that?
Not particularly. I've seen the charges that are being brought at a high level, no further than what their titles are, I suppose. And then
Pretty much what I said today?
Yeah, exactly. And then additional information about kind of the timeline of the case, so when jury selection was beginning, when the actual proceedings are going to begin, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Do you think you could put all that aside? Because, as you notice, we asked you, have you or what have you read about or heard about the case? Because we recognize that people have heard about this case.
Mm-hmm.
The question becomes, can you decide the case only on what you hear in the courtroom?
So aside from what I've heard since my questionnaire, am I willing to put the headlines aside?
Everything you've heard before. Because you have to essentially be the blank slate, and it's okay to come in with some knowledge about the case. It's okay to even have opinions. It's even okay to have strong opinions about the case. But as a juror, you have to put all that aside. Some people will say, no, I can't do that. I've got these very strong opinions. I cannot put them aside. I cannot be, and very honestly, say they can't be fair and impartial. Some people, even with strong opinions, can say, I understand my role, and I feel I have the self-discipline to be able to do that, to put aside what I've heard before, decide just what we hear in court, and to follow the law, which obviously comes from the court.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you could do that?
I definitely fall into the bucket of strong opinions.
Okay, and I noticed that on your questionnaire.
Yeah.
There were some.
Definitely have strong opinions about the case. I think I could try to be impartial. I don't know that I can promise impartiality just based on my opinions and personal experiences. I don't know that that could be promised.
Okay, and I appreciate that's a very honest answer. And we put you in a tough spot because we say, you know something about the case, but even what you know, we're asking you to put aside. And to some extent, can a bell be unrung? All those kind of concepts. And we put you in a tough spot and say, now tell us whether you could be fair and impartial. We recognize that that's a tough spot to put you in. But we actually, you know yourself better than any of us. Do you think when it comes right down to it, that you could do it?
I don't think so.
Okay. And tell me a little bit more about that.
I think in this case, there's very clear action that was taken, and I think regardless of what kind of dress you put the action in, it happened. And so regardless of what charges are brought or what evidence is brought, I think there's already too much that has happened and too much that is just cold, hard fact that cannot be ignored.
Okay. So let me put it one last way. As a juror, you can't be hoping or yearning for a certain result over another. And because if you are, either way, you shouldn't be a juror because that's not being impartial. And it's not a character flaw, it's just, based on what you've seen and heard. And that's
Understood.
So do you think that's still the case, that you probably...
I think I definitely hope for a specific outcome, and I don't know that that would change.
Okay. Any inquiry from the defense? Well, let me just see if the defense or the state has any inquiry. You may.
Only as to this issue?
Only on this issue, please.
Morning.
Good morning.
Juror number 3. Would you agree that there are two sides to every story?
Yes.
And if you were called upon to be a juror in this case, you would have to decide and be able to promise the judge that whatever opinions that you may have formed, whatever you believe may be the case, you would have to put that aside and decide the case based solely on the facts that are before you. And that's just how the legal system works. Do you understand that?
Understood.
And oftentimes people come into this courtroom, they have disputes about what happened, and you can have some sort of preconceived notion about the way you think it ought to come out or what maybe actually happened. Would that be fair?
Yes.
But would you also agree that it's really not until you hear all of the evidence and see everything for your own eyes and have people put that into context for you that you really know and can make a decision one way or the other?
I think that's fair. I think at this point it would be interesting to understand how the evidence is different than what has already been kind of played out in the news and media coverage of everything that's conspired since late May last year. I think it would definitely sound and feel different in a courtroom just based on different people giving you the evidence, different motivations, but I think a lot of it has already been exposed, if you will, and so hearing it a second time or in a different way, I don't know if that would change.
Would you agree that you would need to hear everything that happened before you could finally decide a case, though?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And so when we talk about some of the media that you've been exposed to, I think you said that there's some Instagram stories that have been shared, right? Probably saw some things on the news, the video footage, correct? And when you're looking at these bites on the news, fair to say this happens in 30-second to 60-second increments?
Correct.
And I believe the judge instructed everyone that they could expect to anticipate this trial after it begins to last somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 weeks, right? And so if there's the ability to fill up 4 weeks with evidence, that's significantly longer than probably what you've been exposed to in the news. Would you agree?
I would agree.
And so just knowing that, knowing how much more is out there, how many more witnesses they are to hear from, how, all of the testimony that could comprise a case, would you at least acknowledge that, maybe you haven't heard everything to this point?
I would agree that I have not heard everything. However, are there repeated stories, I guess, from folks? Are things really that novel that people are saying? I guess I would not debate that, but be interested to see how kind of novel the hundreds of witnesses' recollections actually are, or if it'll just be kind of repetitive.
So there'd be two parts to the trial, right? There's what happened, and that would come from the witnesses who would testify, the evidence you would see. And then there's, well, what does it mean? And that would come from whatever the judge instructs you that it means, right? These are the elements of the different crimes charged, and you'd have to take a look at those and try to decide whether the facts that were presented fit these elements. And of all the coverage that you've heard, I'm assuming you've heard nothing in terms of what the law actually is. Fair?
That's fair. I guess I know the difference between, don't quiz me, but I know tentatively the difference between second degree and third degree murder.
Okay. I won't quiz you.
Okay, amazing.
All right, and I appreciate your candor here today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Juror number 3, I'm going to excuse you from this case, so you don't have to serve on it. I appreciate your candor, and I don't want you to feel that you have not done your duty. Your duty was to tell us the truth and be candid in this case. So we do appreciate everything, the work you put into the questionnaire, and your willingness to answer questions today. So you can go with the deputy, and we'll proceed at that. You'll have to leave the letter with the deputy once you leave with them. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Greg, grab him in the hallway and say, hold off a minute. All right, that was the court's excusing juror number 3 for cause. One thing I was trying to convey when juror number 2 was coming in, I think you may have noticed there are certain people who, if you follow up too closely to what's in their questionnaire about their background, for example, there was one who had a job title that person was easy to find on the internet, and if we talk about that in open court, I'd like it to be generalities to protect their anonymity. In fact, there might be a couple like that from what I've seen. So just to keep that in mind about try and stay as general as possible to protect the anonymity of the jurors. With that, I think we can go to number 4. And remember, we're going to go until 12:30. 12:30 is when we're going to end. come on up. Morning.
Good morning.
You are juror number 4, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. The court reporter is going to love the fact that you have a nice, loud voice.
Awesome.
So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, you filled out a questionnaire and submitted it to the court. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Is there anything on there that you want to change or add to? Because sometimes people fill out the questionnaire and they realize, I should have talked about this, or that wasn't quite accurate. Doesn't get you into trouble.
It's been about a couple of months. My memory's not too refreshed with it. I did fill it out to the best of my knowledge at that time.
Okay.
Would I be able to glance over it one time?
Well, actually, I think the lawyers will kind of draw out things.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to, go over it with them.
Okay. And they'll be asking you some questions, I'm sure. Couple things is you have some exposure to the facts of this case, as I think is true of everyone.
Yes, sir. It was a national thing.
Yeah, and since you got your questionnaire, which said from now on avoid any media coverage, have you been exposed to any media coverage? Because sometimes it can happen inadvertently, like you see a headline or a friend says, "Oh, did you hear about A, B, and C?" Kind of a spoiler alert.
Pretty much besides what you guys sent me saying that I'd be doing my civic duty here. No, I really don't follow it. The only things I've been seeing is just COVID related stuff. If I do see any news outlets or anything, I work pretty much day and night, so I just keep busy with that.
Okay, fair enough. Now, you have some knowledge of the case, but if you are on the jury, you have to decide the case just on the information you hear that's admitted into evidence. And you have to kind of put aside anything you've heard outside the courtroom or might even hear outside the courtroom going forward. You have to kind of put that aside, not kind of, you do have to put it aside.
Yes, sir.
Just decide the case on the facts you hear here and apply the law that I give you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you could do that?
Yes, sir.
In doing that, you have to be fair and impartial, which means
stick to the facts.
Stick to the facts and not lean one way or the other.
Yes,
do you
sir.
think you could do that? Okay. Did you recognize any witnesses on the list that we gave you?
No, sir. I'm originally from Southern California. I moved here about 3 years ago, and I'm not too familiar with anybody in this area.
So you moved from Southern California to Minnesota?
Yes, sir, unfortunately.
I mean, did we sneak it in by having you move in the summer and not in the winter?
No, I moved in November. I came here in October, and yeah, it was a warm welcoming, to say the least.
Right. Okay, now there were some answers in your questionnaire about, I think, maybe the length of time. If you are on this jury, you would be free to go about your business until March 29th, and then it would probably be 4 weeks of trial that you would have to attend, and then obviously deliberations. And there were some, I think, maybe some work concerns you expressed.
Yes, I do have some work concerns, but if they feel that I'm the best fit for this case, I would be more than interested in doing my duty.
Okay. You think you could resolve any work difficulties and serve on this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to turn it over to the attorneys, but with a couple of cautions. When we start talking like this and with the attorneys, it gets conversational and sometimes we talk over each other or we use mm-hmm. Let's try and stick to yes and no because the court reporter needs to take down exactly what we're saying, and also try and avoid talking over each other.
Yes, sir.
And to be honest, not these lawyers, but historically, it's the lawyers who tend to violate that and start talking over you. These lawyers have been very good about not doing that, but try not to talk over each other so that we have a good record of what we're doing today.
Good deal.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
And I think you can pull your mask down if you'd like
Awesome.
to be able to answer the questions, because we do have the plexiglass and I'll keep my mask on. So with that, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for coming up to the podium a little early. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I am doing great. Thank you for asking. How about yourself?
I'm well, thank you. A little busy, but I'm well.
Likewise.
So here's what I'd like to do is I just kind of want to ask you some pretty general questions first, get to know you a little bit, And then I'm going to follow up with some questions about some of the answers you gave on your questionnaire. And I understand you haven't seen it or read it in a while. I'll refresh your recollection as we go through that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay. So let's assume, sir, that you and I met in some social circumstance, a party, whatever. What would be 2 or 3 things you would want me to know about you after I walked away?
Just, the good nature and just, pretty much I'd want you to know I'm a good person and just fun, outgoing, and I mean well. That's
Good.
pretty much it,
Yeah, you seem like an outgoing guy. Do you have any particular interests, hobbies, things you do in your spare time?
I follow sports briefly. Really, work's been my main go-to. I was doing some kickboxing in Minneapolis for a little while, but lately work's been so hectic that I haven't done that. But other than that, no, not really. I haven't been the best at adapting to Minnesota yet.
I understand. Without divulging any personal information, as far as family members or names or anything, was there something particular that brought you here to Minnesota from Southern California?
To chase more opportunity. I was from a small town in Southern California, and Minnesota was referenced as the place where I could better my situation. So I came out here to chase the Minnesota dream of bettering my situation and making something of myself.
Okay, wonderful.
It's working so far.
Working so far.
So far,
All
so
right.
good.
Good. So you got a packet in the mail advising you that you were going to be coming in for jury service.
Yes, sir.
When you opened that packet, what was your just initial reaction? And whatever it is, just let us know.
It was a little bit of a kind of a shock, just moving here recently, like I was saying, wow, out of all the people, me, kind of
Right.
like, wow, okay. So I just started glancing over it and stuff and just seeing, what I was getting myself into, I guess you could say.
Right. Well, obviously, you learned that you were being summoned in a high-profile case.
I read that there was the potential of it, but I was like, the likelihood of me getting chosen for that, I didn't think it would be me, or
Sure.
I'd make it to this point.
Okay. But you got a questionnaire that you filled out, and it was obviously about this case.
Yes, sir.
And before you filled out that questionnaire, you were aware of what happened in the case.
Yes, I was aware of it.
Right. And I'm assuming that's from media coverage.
Just the media coverage, what was going on in the media and what had taken place after that, kind of butterfly effect, you could say.
Sure. I just want to look at one thing here. Okay. So once you kind of read over that questionnaire and started, thinking about the possibility that you could be here today, what was your reaction? Did it change?
It changed a little bit. I think things got more serious for me. And then once I was filling it up to the best of my knowledge, I was just trying to be as unbiased as possible and just, give it direct, straightforward answers on how I feel or my experience with the questions that were asked in the documents.
Okay. All right. Can you think of a situation, whether it be in your personal life or your professional life, where you have been called upon to resolve a conflict between two people?
Like you were saying earlier with social activities, guys getting into it with each other and stuff, sometimes you just try to de-escalate it, break it up, or, just make sure it doesn't get to the point where, there's no going back, I guess you could say, or do something you might regret.
Sure. So let me expand on that a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You would agree that not all disagreements necessarily become physical in their nature?
Not all disagreements do need to become physical, but in a situation where defense becomes your only way out, I do believe in self-defense.
Sure. I guess what I'm asking is, have you ever just simply, two friends are having an argument?
Yeah.
And it's not physical. It's, what's the best color, right?
Yeah,
or whatever, right? Insert any mundane detail. And they're arguing about it, right?
Yes.
And they turn to you and they say, juror number 4, although they wouldn't call you juror number 4, they'd say, what do you think? How do we resolve this dispute between you? Can you think of a situation like that?
Well, I'd give him my personal opinion, and I guess if it's 3's the number, if it's a 2-to-1 deal, or if my opinion's different than theirs, then now all 3 of us are in disagreement.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, not every time you're going to come to a solid agreement in a situation.
All right. I'm going to come back to that in just a second here.
Yes, sir.
But how about a situation where you've got 2 friends that are describing, or 2 people you know, or 2 acquaintances, and they're describing a certain situation. And person number 1 is saying, this is what happened. And person number 2 is saying, no, that's not what happened. This is what has happened. How do you determine which of those 2 people is telling the truth?
It would depend who could back up their rebuttal with facts.
Okay.
I stick to the facts, and if they could back that up with facts and proof, there's proof in the pudding. By all means, then their argument's going to be a lot stronger, in my opinion, than the guy who's just sticking to his opinion.
Okay. Do you think that there are certain things or certain, I guess, tools, so to speak, that you can apply to that analysis to determine if there, let's assume it's a situation where it's not on videotape, or it's not, there's no hard evidence, right? How do you resolve that dispute between 2 people? It gets more difficult, right?
It does get more difficult when there's no evidence and you're just kind of taking the good word of somebody. I guess character comes into play, and if you have any previous experience with that person, there's that old saying, a spade's a spade. If a guy's a liar, he lies 10 out of 10 times, He might just lie to you again.
Right.
And you'd be naive to think otherwise, I think.
Sure. And so let me just, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I get
No,
this is awkward. But,
yeah.
So as I understand what you're saying is you have a dispute that you're trying to resolve. You're going to look first for, facts and evidence, right? And if those facts and evidence don't exist, you're going to kind of go on your experience and with the person's character.
With the person's character, and if it's quite obvious, the guy's telling me the sky's blue, it's a little bit more believable than a guy telling me, it's red or something,
Okay.
Or just, it just kind of all depends on the situation and the scenario.
Right. So there are certain things that you can see for yourself.
Absolutely.
And you can make a determination based on that, right?
Yes, I have the ability to think for myself.
Right. Sky's blue.
Sky's blue.
Right. Okay. You understand that in this scenario, it's not a 2-to-1, it's not a 10-to-2, it's a unanimous decision that has to be made one way or another. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And what if you found yourself in a situation where you were the odd man out? You were the only person, right, that disagreed with the rest of the group. How do you deal with that?
I stick to my guns, and just saying, I'm going to stick to what I believe is right,
Okay.
In my heart and what I feel, and that's what I'm going to go with.
Okay. And so if you were in that situation, would you be willing to listen to what the other people are saying?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Would you be willing to re-examine your personal opinions?
Definitely. I mean, yeah, I'm always open ears, and willing to, look at something again,
Okay.
It's like that saying, measure twice, cut once.
What if you have to measure 10 times?
Measure 10 times.
What about 100 times?
Measure 100 times. Get it right the first time.
Okay. Can you think of a situation, again, in your personal or professional life where you were just 100% convinced of something, and then later it turns out you were wrong?
Mm. I think I could have a moment to just think.
Yeah, take your time.
I can't think of an exact moment, but there has been times in life where, you know, I've made a judgment and I was wrong, you know, based on facts.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and that, I mean, that's an honest answer. I appreciate it.
I mean, that occurs in day-to-day life, you know. Sometimes you're not always going to be right.
Right. Okay. And are you able to acknowledge when you're not right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, follow-ups on your questionnaire, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
All right. So I'm going to skip forward a little bit, and you referenced it in your in an earlier answer you gave me too. You have some training in the martial arts, kickboxing?
Yes, sir. I've done a little bit of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I've done some Muay Thai, some striking.
Okay. And how long have you practiced that?
I did for about a year, mostly of the striking. Did some Jiu-Jitsu for about 2 months.
Okay. And did you achieve a certain level?
I was about one test away from getting my green sash. I was orange sash in Muay Thai. And then with the whole COVID thing that happened, when it took like full effect towards January or so, I became full-blown to working instead of attending the gym, and I just never went back to accomplish that.
Okay. Is it something you want to go back to?
Yeah, definitely. It's a good hobby, and I enjoy it.
Okay. So, reflecting back to an earlier question, the questionnaire asks you if what you had heard or knew about the facts of this particular case. And something in your response struck me is you said the cop performed an illegal tactic with his knee across the neck.
Yes, in the video it looks like his knee is a little high.
Okay.
So with that being said, isn't the tactic supposed to be knee across like the shoulder blades?
So that's obviously one of the things that we're going to be discussing throughout the course of the trial, right?
Yes, sir.
So, but you used an interesting word in your response, which was an illegal move, right? What standard would you be applying in terms of the legality of a move?
Well, I guess the black and white fine print of, I guess, what they, to my knowledge, what would be in their, you know, well, I don't want to call it a handbook or their training.
Okay.
You know, from what I was just seeing in the news and stuff, and then just seeing, you know, the video from the angle that was showed on the news, it does look a little rough, in my opinion.
Okay, and that's, I appreciate your honesty, okay? So I guess my question is that you will hear evidence, if you are seated on this jury, you will hear evidence from people in the Minneapolis Police Department about their training and their train their officers. That may be different from your personal training.
Oh yeah, if they could educate me on what the fine print is in a situation like that, I'd be open ears to hearing that, and I would feel more educated myself, and that might change my opinion on what occurred that day.
Okay. So I want to make sure that what you would apply would be the Minneapolis Police Department's standards versus your personal experience being trained in jiu-jitsu. You would do that?
I would do that.
Okay. You said in your response that it may change your opinion of what happened. It's fair to say you formed an opinion of what happened here in this case.
There is a little bit of opinion. I believe it could have been handled differently. I believe the outcome could have happened a lot more. You know, there could have been a different outcome, in my opinion.
Okay. The questionnaire asks for your perspective on Mr. Chauvin, and you indicated it was a very negative opinion.
I would say what I've seen, yes, I formed I wouldn't say very negative, but I would say the way he handled that situation struck me as very negative.
Okay.
But like I said, if I'm, more evidence and I'm educated more on the situation, I would feel better myself too about the opinion I'm creating of him because I know nothing about this man.
Okay. Well, what you wrote in your questionnaire, and I understand I'm not trying to trick you, but what you wrote in what your questionnaire is that they took the law into their own hands.
Well, yeah, if a guy's, sitting there telling you he can't breathe and, you decide, a man ultimately lost his life that day. And so earlier I was hearing that you have the right to, a trial and stuff. He didn't make his, court date.
Okay.
His fate was decided on the street that day, unfortunately, due to either, the certain circumstances. I'm not too sure of the evidence and everything, but, ultimately his fate was decided that day.
So you formed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Chauvin at this point?
No.
Okay. And you're telling us that you're willing to examine all of the evidence in this case, right?
I think I'd feel a lot better about the whole situation if I was to examine more evidence and become more educated on the situation, because as of right now, I do have sort of a negative opinion on what happened that day. But like you said, there's going to be times in life where you are wrong, and you face the music, and I'd be,
So if after reviewing all of the evidence, you formed the opinion that what happened that day was not a crime, you could vote not guilty?
If the facts, the evidence show that what he did that day was proper policing, and there was other circumstances that caused that fatal incident, and there's other things that tied into it, and that was the sole reason that that man lost his life on the street that day, and the evidence backs and supports it, I'd be willing to support what's right at the end of the day. But, if it sways the other way, and the evidence shows that there was improper policing, and that was the sole reason that he didn't see his court date, what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong.
Okay. One of the questions in the questionnaire asks you about whether you believe that this incident has had a positive or negative effect on the community?
From what I've seen in the media coverage and talking to people who've lived here for many years, I wouldn't say true. The issue that happened had a very negative effect on the community itself. Some people might have had their own agendas tied to, the whole movement that did occur, but it definitely didn't help with the community.
Okay. You also indicated that you have previously seen police engaged in activity that would be more force than needed. And you wrote, I have seen officers be very aggressive. They can be verbally abusive.
Yes.
Can you explain or tell us what you saw?
Well, even growing up as a younger kid, I've seen officers, get verbally aggressive and stuff, and just be a little bit more forceful than they should, But that's not every officer, at the end of the day, each individual is their own individual, but,
Okay. So can you give me a specific example of what you've seen?
Well, when I was younger, I've had some run-ins with cops, and they weren't too nice to us, they thought of us as punk teenagers, so I've had a couple incidents, but that was in Southern California, but, just a couple verbal exchanges and stuff, Okay.
And do you have a general perception of police in general?
Well, I think there's good cops, and, to say that there isn't bad cops, that would be a very, I think there's good and bad, There's some people who abuse their authority, and there's some people who, use their authority for the better, and,
Do you have an opinion of the Minneapolis Police Department specifically?
No, not really. I've never dealt with them, so no, not really.
So none of these previous experiences involve the Minneapolis Police Department?
No, sir.
There were some questions about your overall views on the system and how the system treats people. Do you recall generally those questions?
Not necessarily. I don't recall, but I know that the system is flawed, in my opinion.
Explain why you think that.
Well, I think sometimes the punishment doesn't fit the crime, and sometimes I just feel like it's a broken system. When prisons went private, they became their own private entity and stuff, and they started profiting off people being incarcerated. I believe it broke the system a little bit.
Okay. Your Honor, could we have a brief sidebar about something unrelated?
We approach the bench now by doing it over
Okay.
wireless, so
Understandable. I'm new to the whole process.
we're new to this kind of COVID process ourselves.
If I make this copy.
You may.
Thank you, sir. Just very briefly, I have one last question. Are you familiar with the Northside Boxing Gym?
No, sir. I've never partaked in the Northside Boxing Gym.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions, but I am exercising a peremptory.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, let me make a record.
Oh, all right, hold on.
from service on this jury, so what I'd like you to do is make sure you take your mask, and the deputy will escort you out and take whatever materials we need from you. So thank you for your candid answers.
Thank you.
No, we're going to make a record. Yep. All right, juror number 4 has left. Let's make a record. Mr. Slisher, defense indicated they wanted to do a peremptory and the state mounted a Batson challenge.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Yes, for the record, the defense has made its peremptory challenge now, and it's the second person of color in the jury pool. And the state has raised a Batson challenge. And it's clear from the record that the juror number 4, identifies self-identifies as Hispanic, as did first juror that was struck by the defense. And when asked to provide a race-neutral explanation for the exercise of the peremptory, the defense, and I'll let them speak for themselves, but articulated just sort of a generalized concern that this particular prospective juror expressed strong opinions and believed and articulated a belief that he was simply trying to get on the jury. But there's really no objective evidence of that. There's nothing in what the prospective juror said that would support a conclusion that he held strong beliefs. I believe that the juror said exactly the opposite, and that whatever beliefs or opinions he may have had, he was unequivocally willing to set those opinions aside and judge the case based solely on the evidence, or in his words, on the black and white. And further, expressing the opinion that he would have no problem setting those beliefs aside and deciding the case based on the facts and the evidence and the law. Now, I draw the parallel between juror number 4, who's Hispanic, and juror number 2, who's self-identified as Caucasian or white. Their answers with respect to these questions that were raised by defense counsel are markedly similar, if not the same. And the characteristics are very much the same too. Both expressed a belief that they would decide a case based on the facts and on the evidence. Both described experiences in which they believe they were subjected to some aggressive police conduct when they were younger, but one results in a preemptory strike and the other does not. I understand that the motion from the court has been denied, but I do persist in the challenge.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, first and foremost, the law requires me to state a race-neutral reason for striking this particular juror. I disagree that the juror did not articulate strongly held opinions. He specifically referenced in his questionnaire illegality of certain moves, certain tactics. He stated that he had formed the opinion that these officers had taken the law into their own hands, and that he had formed opinions about what had happened. Yes, this juror indicated that he was willing to re-examine those opinions, but only upon essentially providing him evidence and proof contrary to his opinions, is the way I understood him to say that. I think the difference between this particular juror and the prior juror is that the prior juror had not watched the video. He had limited his intentional exposure. He came at it from a very analytical perspective in terms of science and things of that nature. He had no preconceived opinions whatsoever. That's a significant difference between these jurors. The second reason, Your Honor, is that this juror has a specific training, and I was concerned in part that his training or his belief that in martial arts training that this was an illegal move was concerning, and it struck me as insincere. His statements that he would be willing to re-examine the evidence struck me as insincere.
As far as the Batson factors, the fact that these are two Hispanic jurors who were struck, I think, establishes at least a prima facie case to go forward. But at the same time, the defense has provided a race-neutral reason for its strike. I disagree with the state. These two jurors, number 4 and number 2, are not the same in how they approached. I think Mr. Nelson established how juror number 2 was much more scientific, more not involved in the case. I'll be honest, at one point in his in the voir dire, I realized the defense would probably strike him. That reason was not because of his race, but because when he was talking about his jiu-jitsu experience and his experience with the hold, is that he obviously might stick to his own opinions about being essentially an expert in the jury room, but more importantly, he stated it in a way that made it clear that he was going to stick to his opinion until somebody else told him otherwise or provided proof otherwise, which essentially is shifting the burden onto the defense and not coming in with the presumption of innocence. And so as soon as he stated in that terms that this was improper policing, this is my opinion, but if you can tell me otherwise, that's not the presumption of innocence. That's holding on to an opinion. And so it may not be for cause, but I think it is appropriate and a race-neutral reason for striking the juror. So anything further to add to the record from the state or from the defense?
Your Honor, respecting the court's ruling, I would just simply caution that in terms of strikes for specialized knowledge, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu specifically, that will result in a striking a disproportionate number of Hispanic people who would be more inclined to train in that particular discipline than other types of martial arts.
It's not that, and I didn't say that. It's not specifically that he has jiu-jitsu training. It's whether or not he would be the expert and whether he has an opinion that he is not willing to put aside. What I heard him say is he has the opinion, he's going to carry it into the courtroom, and you have to essentially convince him otherwise. That's not the presumption of innocence. That's not putting aside your opinion in your training. If he had come in and said, yeah, I know this is one thing, but I'm willing to listen to what the evidence is and decide on the evidence, not on what my personal opinion is. I think it's a fine distinction, but an important one. So accordingly, I'm not sure that's even true, but I'll accept your word that such training would impact people of Hispanic background. So that's a new fact for me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I understand the court's ruling.
All right, let's do our next juror, please. Number 5. Or what number is it?
8.
8. Hey, have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And we are afternoon now. You are juror number 8, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and if you can make sure you're right close to the microphone, that'd be appreciated.
Okay.
First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in to make sure that all our answers are under oath. So if you
Okay.
raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right. Couple things. You filled out a questionnaire. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Now that you've had a chance maybe to reflect on something, is there anything that, well, first of all, was everything true on the questionnaire?
Yes.
Is there anything that you wanted to add or modify? Because sometimes when you reflect on what you put in there, you might think, I probably should have mentioned this, or or maybe changed an answer here, and that's just fine, because that's just the way, the dynamic of writing something up and then thinking about it some more. Is there anything like that that you can think of on the questionnaire?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Now, the questionnaire advised that you weren't supposed to read any articles. You have some knowledge of the case from the media before you got your summons, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you've listed that in your questionnaire. Since you've gotten the questionnaire which advised you to avoid media, have you had any occasion to be exposed to anything about this case? Specifically, maybe you saw a headline inadvertently, or somebody said, oh, did you know something about this case? And essentially, despite your best efforts, you were exposed to between the questionnaire and now as you sit here.
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
Well, it would be some of the news that I've watched. Also, there will be something in regard to that on the news.
Okay, and what substantively did you remember hearing or seeing about the case?
Really, it wasn't too much substance. It was more that the trial was going to be coming up and this and that, and I don't recall anything substantial.
Okay, so anything about the process or the lawyers or the parties, anything that you learned about?
No.
Okay. No. Now, you've got to decide this case, if you are a juror, only on what you hear in the courtroom. You understand that? Do you think you could do that? Because you've got, as most people do now, they come in here having some knowledge about the case. And the question is, do you have some knowledge about the case? It's, have you formed certain opinions that you cannot put aside because of the case? Or certain facts you can ignore. You have to put everything outside and just decide on the evidence you hear, according to the law that I give you. Mm-hmm. Do you think you could do that?
Yes.
All right. The lawyers will probably follow up on that as well. You were given a long list of witnesses who might testify in this trial. Did you recognize any witnesses on the list?
No.
All right. And as far as the length of trial, any concerns there?
No.
Okay. Basically, it comes down to one of the questions we ask, which is, can you put everything aside and decide this case in a fair and impartial manner? And I think you said your answer was yes. Is that still true?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson then for further inquiry. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon, juror number 8.
Good afternoon.
My name is Eric Nelson again. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. If there's anything I ask you that you don't understand or ask me to repeat, please let me know.
Okay.
And also, just as a reminder, we do need to use words as opposed to verbal or nonverbal nods, shakes of the head, things of that nature. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. First of all, I'm just going to ask you a series of questions in terms of yourself, get to know you a little bit better, and then I'm going to follow up on some of your questions in the questionnaire.
You can also take off your mask.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't feel that was my prerogative to tell. So my first question for you is, if you and I were to meet under different circumstances, what are a couple of things about yourself that you would want me to walk away knowing about you?
Well, I think that it'd be that I'm kind. I think that I'm fair. I'm a family man. I'm a Christian.
Okay. You received a jury duty notice in the mail?
Yes.
And when you first opened that notice, what was your initial reaction?
I've never been called for jury duty before, so I thought, well, this is my time. So, And I've known people that have served on jury duty, and typically it's like a 2-week process. So I thought, okay, well, that's it's my time to serve on jury duty.
Okay. When you learned that it was in connection with this case, did that change your perspective?
A little bit. Just my feeling was that it was going to be most likely longer than a 2-week period.
Okay. You note in your questionnaire that you have some concerns about safety and things of that nature.
Yes.
Did those concerns come up as a result of being called on this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. How did you feel when you came to court today or yesterday and you saw the current status of the Hennepin County Government Center?
It just represented to me the seriousness of the case, and that potentially there could be some protests or demonstrations, and the government center, the county was taking the necessary precautions to try to prevent that.
Did it make you feel better about coming to serve jury duty in this case, or did it make you more concerned for your safety?
More concerned for my safety.
How did that impact you?
Well, just being more cautious and more alert, and just recognizing the seriousness of this case.
Okay. And you had you heard the judge's instruction this morning that your name would not be released, and we're trying very hard not to release any identifying information about you through this process. Mm-hmm. Did that make you feel better or worse?
Yeah, no, that made me feel better.
Okay. Would you be concerned that your name were ever released to the public?
Yes, could be, yep.
Right. Is there, I know that this isn't up to you, but if there was a magic amount of time that needed to pass between the verdict in this case and when your name was released, how long do you think that would be to make you feel safer?
Probably 6 months.
Okay. So, again, without identifying the company that you work for, I understand you're in management of a company?
Yes.
Okay. In your role, and you also have some children as well, adult children?
Yes.
Okay. So in your role as a parent or in business, can you think of a circumstance in which you've been called upon to resolve a dispute or a conflict between two people?
Yes.
Okay. Generally speaking, can you just tell me, how do you resolve that dispute between two people?
Well, in business, it would be talking to both people. I mean, getting the person aside, and usually there'd be another, in this case, human resource person with me, and you would hear what the one person had to say about the incident, and then you'd interview us at a separate time the other person and hear what they had to say, and then try to put together what the situation to the best of your knowledge was.
Okay. Are there other tools at your disposal within the workplace that you could go back and check or look for other evidence that supports one side or another?
Yes, there would be. There'd be other people that, if it was an incident, they could, you could have people that maybe had witnessed it or seen it that you would also talk to.
Okay. And in your, would you do that as a part of your analysis or investigation in resolving this dispute?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So assume there's a situation where two people are telling you two different things, and there are no other witnesses, and there are no videos or time cards or other objective data available, right? Maybe this is more applicable to your kids. How do you resolve that dispute in the absence of information?
Well, you know, I would listen to the story from both individuals, reflect on it, try to come back with some ideas on some other questions, and most likely go back to them and talk to them again, saying here's some situations that or some comments that I have further questions about.
Okay. Can you think of a situation, again, in either your professional life or in your personal life, where you felt that you had decided a situation and you were certain you were right, and then it later turns out you were wrong?
I'm sure there have been. I can't recollect specific, but I'm sure I made mistakes. Making a decision with the kids or whatever.
How do you
just kind of weigh through the circumstances, try to figure out, was that observation correct or not, or let's have a discussion on it and try to build a consensus.
Okay. In this particular circumstance, it's a unanimous jury verdict would be needed. And how would you approach a situation where you felt one way and other members of the group felt a different way? How would you work towards building that consensus to achieve a unanimous decision?
Well, I would work with the facts. I mean, what the facts are, and try to explain where my what my opinion would be, and try to have a discussion on where the differences are, and where can we agree on the points, and if there's more questions, try to seek out more information.
Okay, so that raises a good point. Is the information you're going to be provided would occur during the course of the trial? You understand that?
Yes.
And the deliberation process does not allow for you to come back and ask for more information. So where along the spectrum of we need more information, how much information do you need in order to make a decision when you may be looking for something else? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, it's you'd have to work hard at trying to again to lay out the facts, lay out the information, and try to come to an agreement.
Are you the type of person who would be willing to re-examine your own beliefs, your own opinions, in order to achieve that consensus?
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly evaluate my my facts or the basis for my information. I could go back and reflect and analyze that. Yes.
Okay. And likewise, if you were just 100% convinced I'm right, would you necessarily just agree with someone just to get it over with, kind of?
No.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about serving as a juror in light of COVID?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you and follow up with a few questions about answers in your questionnaire, if that's okay. And I understand you haven't read it in a while. I'll do my best to refresh your
months,
recollection.
yes.
So there's a question that asks about what you had heard about this situation, what you had read, etc., and whether you had formed an impression of Mr. Chauvin in this particular case. Do you recall that question generally?
Generally, yes.
And would you disagree if I told you that you answered that you had formed a very negative opinion of Mr. Chauvin?
Was that my answer?
Yes.
Okay.
And that you said that you had formed an opinion that Mr. Chauvin had used excessive force in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, that's an issue in this particular case. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you still hold that same opinion today that you did back when you filled out this questionnaire?
I would say yes.
Okay, and that's fine. I appreciate your honesty. But I guess your ultimate role as a juror in this particular case would be to hear all of the evidence. Agreed?
Yes, yep, yes, absolutely.
And you would need to hear from, just like any other dispute, there are two sides.
Yes,
Are you willing to listen to the entirety of the evidence?
yes,
Are you willing to base your decision on that evidence as it's presented in court?
yes,
Are you willing to give up that opinion that this was excessive force if evidence were to be presented that convinced you otherwise?
yes,
And I believe with respect to Mr. Floyd in this particular case, you really had a neutral impression of him, didn't have a whole lot of information about him. Would that be fair?
that's correct.
I believe you said, recognize that there was some past employment, some past issues, but otherwise you hadn't formed any opinion.
That's correct.
Is there anything that has changed about that opinion since you filled out this?
No,
Okay. Still view him in a neutral light?
yes,
The questionnaire asks you again that whether you had talked about Mr. Floyd's death with your family, friends, coworkers, discussed it online, and you checked yes that you had, right?
yes,
And that's understandable, right?
yes,
But specifically, you had stated that you, in that context, you felt that the officers used excessive force again.
yes,
And so in the course of those discussions and sharing your opinions with your friends, family members, coworkers, that was the opinion that you shared with them.
yes,
And again, are you willing to re-examine that same opinion?
yes, I am.
You were asked a question about the effect of the protests that occurred after Mr. Floyd's death and the impact that you had, that they had on this community. Do you remember that?
Yes, vaguely, yes.
You indicated that it was that you felt, and I'll just read your writing, definitely negatively. I have friends who have moved out of their condos in downtown Minneapolis. My wife and I have no desire to go out in downtown Minneapolis. Does that answer in any way affect your ability to be impartial about this case?
No,
I mean, understanding that Minneapolis is a much different place than it was 9 months ago, 10 months ago, do you think that you can set aside your fear of Minneapolis or your concern about the riots and be a neutral, objective juror in this case?
yes,
Now, one interesting answer that you provided is that you were asked the question, have you ever personally seen the police use more force than was necessary? You checked no. But again, you answered for the third time about the excessive force used in this George Floyd video. So it sounds to me, and this is what I just need to understand, it sounds to me as that you had formed a very strong opinion about what you saw in that video.
yes,
And you've watched the video numerous times, right?
yes,
So, I mean, it was obviously of concern to you throughout the time when you were filling out this questionnaire that you had a pretty strong opinion.
yes,
And do you persist in that opinion as you sit here today?
yes,
But what you're telling us is that you would be able, specifically, to judge this case based upon the facts and evidence as presented in this case.
yes,
There was a series of questions that had like a strongly agree, strongly disagree series of questions. You remember those generally?
kind of generally, yes,
And it seems to me that you have a belief that people of color are treated differently by the system than people who are not of color?
No, I mean, I think there can be or there is racism demonstrated, but I think that the system itself would treat people equally, whether the judge or the jury or whatever. Racism can come into place there, but the system, I would say no. I don't feel that the system is unequal.
So one of the questions, for example, is that police in this country treat whites and blacks equally, and you strongly agreed with that?
I would agree, yes, that the system does, but I also understand there is racism overtones and actions by people.
Is it that you feel the media conflates or exaggerates the problem?
Yes, I think they do.
You also had some pretty negative views on the Black Lives Matter movement.
Yes.
Would you care to expand on those more?
Sure. I mean, Black Lives Matter, absolutely. As far as the Black Lives Matter movement, I've done some research and I've read some articles and this and that. As far as the organization or the politics, I have some misgivings about some of the platforms that they emphasize.
Okay. And you also have some stronger opinions about Blue Lives Matter as well.
Yes.
And those are very favorable opinions, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that this case is not about either one of those causes?
Yes.
Can you set aside your opinions about those particular causes? And again, judge this case on the evidence and the facts in this case?
Yes.
Do you feel that the way this manner has proceeded has alleviated some of your concerns about your personal safety and your family's safety? Would you feel comfortable serving on this jury?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you one other question is if I gave you a checkbook and it was unlimited in its resources and you had to write a check to fix what you perceive to be the problem with the judicial system, where would you write that? Where would you send that check to?
Well, the George Floyd family.
Okay. And why?
Because it's a loss. I mean, it was a loss to that family, and the check wouldn't make up for the loss. But I guess that's my opinion of where I would write it.
And how about more broadly speaking, in terms of if that check was to be written to fix something that's broken in the system, where would that check be sent to?
I would say probably, police, maybe training or reform procedures.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
continue now, Your Honor? I think it'll be a while.
All right. It is 12:30. Actually, I would, because we've got another group of jurors coming at 1 o'clock. So, if you don't mind, sir, we're going to keep going.
Sure. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Actually, let's do a sidebar first. Well, I've changed my mind. I think what I'm going to do is give you a chance to go back to the jury lounge. Everybody here has been at it since 8 a.m.
Okay, yeah.
So we want to give them a lunch break. We actually, because you're going to be held over, we have a lunch for you.
Okay.
So you and the other juror who's waiting.
Yep.
So we'll have you return to that
Okay.
room, and we'll bring you back up probably at 1:30.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you all. All right, we're in recess till 1:30. Okay, sir. Welcome back. Have a seat. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Slisher, who's got a few questions for you.
All right.
And just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Slisher.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We met briefly this morning. Introduced myself. I'm Steve Slisher on behalf of the state. Appreciate you coming in today and being candid in the questions that you've answered, both on the questionnaire, to the court, and to defense counsel. I was interested when you were asked to name some things that Mr. Nelson would want to know if he were to meet you at a party, that you would be kind and fair, and that you're a family man and a Christian. It sounds like those are the four things that you're valuing most.
Yes.
And you expressed your faith in part in your questionnaire as well. You're not examined on that to be a juror, but you were asked to take an oath in which you swore that you would fairly and truthfully answer the questions put to you.
Yes.
And I take it from your reaffirmation of that today and the seriousness with which you hold your faith that that's something that you're going to endeavor to do as best you can.
Yes.
And we appreciate that. And the other thing you said about yourself is that you wanted people to understand that you're fair. And that's so important too, to be fair to both sides on this case. Because what we're looking for is a juror who can come in and that both sides can be assured that neither one of us is in a different position or a position a little bit behind with you. Right? That you would be evaluating this case just on the facts, the evidence, and the instructions that the judge gives you. All right?
That is correct, yes.
I wanted to follow up on some concerns that you had raised about safety. And I think that when questioned by defense counsel, you indicated that you weren't as concerned about your own personal safety here in the courtroom. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
But in your questionnaire, I think what your answer in the question of would you want to serve as a juror in this case, you said that you were not sure. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us why you weren't sure?
It's more from a safety security standpoint. As far as I'm concerned, I feel comfortable and safe, but I just wouldn't want any any issues or harm to come to my wife or my family.
Yeah. I think you expressed in your questionnaire you are married, you enjoy spending time with your children, and you also have some grandchildren. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And it was the concern not for yourself, but for the safety of those family members that you had some hesitation about serving as a juror here.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Well, it's a situation if individuals would end up knowing who I am or where I live or my family lives. There could be individuals that could cause harm or maybe some destruction to property, something like that. So I would have those are the issues or concerns that I would have.
And you say concerns with your family, and I think I understand that. When you say potential destruction of property, can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Well, it would be, if certain individuals that were out to intimidate or cause harm, if they knew where I lived, it's potential they could, do damage to the house or spray paint the house or garage door or break a window or something like that from an intimidation or to create fear or something to that effect.
Okay. And you had indicated those concerns were something that would cause you to not be sure if you wanted to serve as a juror on this case. Can you explain how that would relate to jury service.
Well, you know, if I wasn't on the jury, I wouldn't have those concerns. Obviously, this is an important case, and there's a lot of emotions tied up in it. And again, if I was a perspective, or if I was a juror on the case, I would have, you know, I would be looking forward or thinking about what some of the ramifications could be, especially if the identity was known.
And could you talk about what could be done to alleviate those concerns, if anything?
Well, the biggest thing is just staying anonymous or not having my identity known, and I think that would be the biggest one.
You indicated that your belief that this is an important case.
Yes, that's correct.
And would you agree that it's fair for both sides to expect that as the case proceeded, it would be able to receive 100% of your attention with no distractions?
Yes.
And that you would have to concentrate and pay attention to what is happening here in the courtroom 100% of the time. How difficult would it be for you to do that, given the concerns that you've expressed about safety and security with respect to your family and perhaps your property?
Well, as far as if I were to be involved in the case on the jury, I mean, I would definitely dedicate my time to the proceedings and what's going on. What happens when I go home or something like that, I mean, obviously I'm in a different mindset. And again, if there were some incidences at my house or to my wife or kids, I mean, that would take up, you know, obviously some of my thinking and my concerns. But as far as, you know, coming on a case, I would devote and dedicate my whole time on listening to the facts.
And so are you able to, you know, assure the court, the state, the defendant that you would not be considering these safety concerns at the time you're seated and watching the evidence and paying attention? You would be able to completely put those out of your mind?
Yes.
I noticed that you have a prior military service.
Yes, Air National Guard.
What years?
That would have been in 70, 71, 72.
You were an enlisted person?
No, it was through the Air National Guard. So yes, I did enlist in that.
I meant as opposed to an officer. You held the rank
Yes.
of an enlisted man, serviceman.
Yes.
Thank you for your service. Was there a reason, any particular reason, you chose to separate from the Air National Guard after your time of service?
Yeah, I ended up with an honorable discharge for medical reasons, and I wanted to continue on with college, finish my college degree.
I wanted to talk to you about another answer that you gave to a question on the questionnaire. When you were asked the question, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on the jury. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes, if it was in the questionnaire, yes, I would have responded to it.
Okay. It sounds like there was a little hesitation. Maybe you don't remember that specific question?
Yes, I mean, I think the questionnaire was 20 pages long or something to that, that.
You didn't know you'd be quizzed on every individual answer?
Yeah, and it was a couple months ago, yes.
Sure. Typical lawyers, right? That's what we...
Right.
Well, so true to that, I'm going to quiz you on some specific
That's fine.
questions
That's fine.
you answered a long time ago.
Sure.
But that one in particular, because again, just like the answers you gave today and you reaffirmed under oath, It sounds like you took this pretty seriously when you responded to those questions.
Yes,
And you gave it some thought.
yes,
And you expressed a fairly strongly held opinion. You said you strongly agreed that because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, that it's not right to second guess the decisions that they make while on duty. You strongly agreed with that. And I'd like you to please just, for all of us here, explain that a little further.
yes, sure. No, I have a lot of respect for the police officers, sheriffs, and the department, and I know they go through training and get a lot of education in regard to their careers and their line of work, and I just feel that in the vast majority of the cases, they've got to make split-second decisions, and they make those. And again, it's hard to relate, not being in that particular situation, what the reaction would be. But again, they're trained in that, and I just respect their service and how they help protect the community, and so it's tough to second guess. That's not to say that there could be some bad mistakes and decisions made, but I strongly believe that their actions in the majority of the cases are accurate.
And you say you strongly believe that. It sounds like this is something that maybe you've thought about before even answering the questionnaire, that you have a strong respect for law enforcement. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Would it be fair to say that you've held these beliefs for your entire adult life?
Yes.
And you agreed with the premise that law enforcement officers have very dangerous jobs. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And is because of that what you strongly agreed with, it's just not right to second guess the decisions that the law enforcement officers make while they are on duty.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as I explained earlier, I feel that they have to make split-second decisions in a lot of instances, and I trust their judgment in the vast majority of those situations.
So, sir, I'd like you to imagine a process by which you would be second-guessing officers, or a body would be second-guessing decisions that officers made, right? Mm-hmm. That there's a body, there's a group that's going to look at the actions of the officers and second-guess what they do. I take it from your deeply held belief, you would not choose to participate in a group like that. That sole purpose is to second-guess decisions that officers make while they're on duty.
No, I don't think that's the case. I mean, I'd be looking at it from a position of what's right, what's wrong, and people make mistakes. I certainly understand that. So there could be mistakes that were made, and I'd be understanding of that.
I guess I need to hear a little bit more, just in your own words, sir, how you would be able to personally participate in, really, if you were a juror in this trial, second-guessing a decision that a police officer made in the course of their duties when you've expressed that you strongly disagree that one should even do that. How would you be able to participate?
Well, I think looking at the question, I would strongly disagree that people second guess police officers, but that's not to say that mistakes are made, and if mistakes are made, you've got to admit that.
And if a mistake is made by a police officer, do you believe that those mistakes should be handled in a criminal proceeding, or would it be more appropriate to be in some kind of an employment or administrative proceeding?
Well, it would depend on the extent of the mistake. If there's a serious issue or consequence that occurred, then it definitely bumps up to a more visible, more criminal type proceeding.
And so as you sit here, and only you know what's in your heart, right? Only you know what's in your mind, and we have to take your word for it. Are you able to assure the court, the defense, and the state that despite the fact that you strongly disagree that officers should be second guessed for decisions they make in the course of their duties, that you nonetheless would be able to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Yes. Yes. I mean, again, I'd be looking at from my beliefs what's right, what's wrong, and relying on that condition.
Well, in terms of that, and I think that is certainly fair in terms of the question of whether or not you would be able to participate. But you understand, I hope, that were you able to participate as a juror, you would not be able to judge the case on your beliefs and what's right and wrong, correct?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what you would have to use to judge the merits of the case?
It would be the facts. It would be it'd be the facts that are presented would determine the outcome and what the case is about.
All right, I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor, and we will exercise a strike.
All right. Thank you, sir. You are excused from service on this jury.
Okay.
And you don't have to report back until we send you a summons perhaps in the future.
Okay.
The deputy will escort you out and also take some of your paperwork, and we'll go from there. Thank you for all your candid answers and your honesty.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I have that as states number 1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. All right. And now we're going to juror number 9. Wherever you want. Good afternoon. Have a seat.
Thank you. How's your lunch break?
Pretty good. How about yours?
Fine.
I'm glad we were able to provide you with lunch since you had to stay over.
I do really appreciate that.
Since this is, we know, never a precise where we get to everybody in the morning, just as a safety net, we buy a couple lunches.
Thank you.
So, all right. Couple things before I turn the questioning over to the attorneys. First of all, I'm going to swear you in so that all the questions and all the answers you give to the questions are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I swear.
All right, thank you. Okay, and we are going to be referring to you by number. No disrespect intended. It's just that it protects your privacy.
Yeah.
And the first thing I want to talk about is your questionnaire, which you received and filled out. Thank you for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Is everything on that questionnaire true as far as you can recall?
Yeah, as far as I can recall, to the best of my ability, I try to take my time with it. So.
It appeared so because you have a lot of extensive answers. So that's good. That's good.
Sorry, I was kind of methodical about it. Yeah.
No, the lawyers, I actually like that. You get a lot of answers. They get a lot of information.
Yeah.
Are there any changes or additions to the questionnaire? Because sometimes after it's
sat for a while and you realized?
Yeah, when you think about a question like, oh, maybe not or whatever. I thought about that maybe if I read it again, but again, I tried to be pretty, like, I took my time. I really took my time with it. I didn't fill it out, like, right away when I got it. I took a few days, so.
Sounds like a very deliberative person.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm going to do is, the attorneys are going to probably follow up, and so if something they ask you about in the questionnaire, you want to give it different or amend your answer, that's fine.
Okay.
Not like you're going to get in trouble or anything. It's
Okay.
it's very natural that you fill out the questionnaire and then other things come to mind.
Right.
Now, since you filled out the questionnaire, you have some familiarity with the facts of this case from the media, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
And the questionnaire specifically advised you to avoid any further media about it or to read about it or investigate. And the question is, sometimes inadvertently, jurors will see a headline or someone will talk to them and provide new information you are not aware of. Has anything like that happened since you filled out the questionnaire and today in court? Any new facts you've learned or other?
No, nothing new, just kind of repetitive stuff that you'd seen multiple times or whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, nothing new that I can think of off the top of my head.
All right, excellent. Now, you have to decide the case only on what you hear and see in the courtroom. So we acknowledge that everybody, just about everybody, has seen or heard about this case.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even formed opinions, maybe even formed strong opinions about the case. But what you have to do as a juror is decide the case only on what you hear in the courtroom, the evidence, and based on the law, and apply the law as I give it to you. Do you think you could do that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize any of the witnesses who were on the witness list?
No.
All right. And the length of the trial, we're anticipating that if you were on the jury, that you would report back after today, March 29th, and the trial would be about 4 weeks.
Okay.
That's our best estimate.
Okay.
Does that work for you? Can
Yeah.
you make, okay. So no personal obligations that would cause it to be a problem?
I would set them aside. This is more important.
Okay. Excellent. Anything else I should know before I turn you over to the attorneys?
No, nothing I can think of. Just with my medical condition, my type 1 diabetes, obviously, like, there's breaks that are taken and stuff, right? So I would get a chance to, like, check my blood sugar and everything during it. It wouldn't be like we'd be here from, like, 8 a.m. to, like, 6 p.m., like, no break or anything like that.
I think I couldn't stand that.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to make a juror do that.
Naturally, people need to, like, eat and stuff. So, yeah, just that, pretty much. As long as there would be, like, every, at least, like, once or whatever, I'd be able to get a chance to go take care of that. That would be it.
I'll just give you an idea. We rarely go beyond an hour and a half of testimony without a 20-minute break.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
That's really short. Okay.
And then, of course, we have a lunch break. And if we go into the evening, which would be a rare occasion,
Yeah.
there'd be a dinner break. But
Perfect. Okay, that was my only concern.
okay. One last thing. Generally, Mr. Nelson's going to be first to ask you questions. We are taking down a record of everything, so if you could use yes and no, which you seem to be doing just fine, as opposed to mm-hmm or uh-huh.
Yeah.
And also to make sure that you aren't talking over each other, because that's really hard for Ms. Carmichael, our court reporter. So it formalizes things a little much, but if we could try and do that, I'd appreciate that.
Understandable.
All right. Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Yes, thank you.
And if you'd like, you can remove your mask.
Okay.
It's up to you, whichever you would.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for being here today. And I wanted to thank you for your very insightful answers on the questionnaire.
No problem.
I'm going to just kind of ask you some general questions first. I'm going to follow up with some specific answers on your questionnaire, if that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's assume you and I were to meet in a different setting, a social setting of some sort. We were to start talking. What are a few things you'd want me to walk away knowing about you?
Personality-wise, or?
I'm sorry, and I'm just, oh, here we go. However, I mean, what do you like to do? What's your personality like? What would I walk away with knowing about juror number 9?
Well, I think that having type 1 diabetes is probably my main thing. If I were to, like, become friends with you, I'd want you to know that in case any concern, in case I would want you, to know. That I'm I would consider, go with the flow, open-minded type of person. Yeah, I feel like I'm just the type of person that I can have a conversation with anybody about anything, and like whether we agree or disagree, we can be mature adults and have a conversation, and then that be it, and go about our day.
Excellent. So when you first received your jury notice, what was your initial reaction?
I was super excited.
Excited?
Yeah, that's actually why I voted. So I was really surprised when I got back feedback right away. I was really excited. I didn't know what it was. I didn't care what it was. I was just excited to be summoned.
Okay. Why? What is it about jury duty that you find exciting?
First of all, I just find the whole jury court process fascinating, period. And also, I find it, you know how it's said, like, it's your civic duty and whatnot, and I find that very true. But most people, I think of it as an annoyance or hindrance on their everyday, but this is like what you decide, or you and a group of people decide, can determine the outcome of someone's life. Whether it be guilty or not guilty, that decision alone can affect their life for the rest of their life. So it's important for people who are going to take the time and be responsible about it and really like think it over, think it through, and make a proper decision. And yeah, instead of just be like, oh, I want to get back to work tomorrow and try to get out of there. So yeah.
Do you think that a jury's decision affects people other than the defendant?
Absolutely.
How so?
Because also those people's lives can be affected. Say someone gets sent to jail, prison, whatever, and they're the breadwinner of the house, you know? So now that other partner, whoever else, has to find income, they have to take time to go visit that person. It just affects everybody's life in many, many, many different ways.
What about if there were to be an acquittal?
I think it also affects that person, because even if someone is not guilty, they're just being accused of something, most people just assume, oh, yep, they did it. So that person is going to have a hard time walking around town knowing, you know, people just judge you right off the bat without any facts or anything. So somebody could be acquitted, found not guilty by a jury of their peers, and they still can't go to the grocery store without being harassed for whether it not be a long time, could be the rest of their life. Some people have probably moved towns because that has affected them. So yeah, I think that's really important.
Okay. So in this case, you're obviously familiar with why you're here in this case, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah. What about Mr. Floyd's family? How do you think a decision would affect a victim's family?
I think it would affect a victim's family in the case where, if, again, they assume that that person's guilty and they're found not, they can be hurt, they can feel like they weren't heard, or that their person that, you know, George Floyd wasn't important enough to people for them to make what they would consider the right decision, and certain things like that.
Okay. And so do you think that you can listen to all of the evidence in this case, both sides of the story, and base your decision on the evidence? Or would you be more concerned and focused on the effects of your decision on Mr. Chauvin or Mr. Floyd's family?
I think I could make an impartial decision based off of the evidence, yes.
Okay, great. Can you think of a situation, I'm going to go back, I'm sorry. So you were super excited to get your jury questionnaire. When you realized the case that it involved, did that opinion change?
No, I was still just as excited, even more so, just knowing that this is, it was a huge deal at the time. It still is. It's a very important case, not just for, you know, Hennepin County or whatever, but just nationwide. A lot of different people feel very strongly about it on both sides, or, you know, either way, in the middle, whatever. It's just something that, again, everyone's heard about, everyone's talked about, and everyone is going to hear about for even long after the trial is over. No matter what the decision, people are going to still talk about it. So it's just something very important to, it seems like, everyone.
Okay. Do you have any concerns for your own personal safety?
Yes and no, I guess. I maybe haven't thought about my own personal safety in this matter as much as maybe I should, but I don't know. I guess I haven't really thought about it. I understand where it could be at risk, but I'm not as concerned about it as I probably should be.
Okay. How did you feel when you came to court today and you saw the current condition of this building?
Everyone outside, you mean? I was surprised, actually. Yesterday was when we came, and then we got, dismissed early and had to come back. But I was kind of shocked. I wasn't expecting people to be out here already, considering the actual trial doesn't start until the 29th. So I think people maybe jumped the gun a little bit, but that's okay. To each their own. But yeah, I was actually surprised.
So you're referring like to the protesters and things like that?
Yeah.
How did you feel about, seeing the barricades and the soldiers?
I mean, I guess since we already went through that a lot last year, didn't really make me feel any type of way. It was just kind of like, oh yeah, just like as expected.
Okay. So can you think of a circumstance in your life where you have been called upon to resolve conflict between two people?
Yeah. My friends like to consider me a type of mediator.
Okay.
I'm always kind of like the level-headed one that's like, all right, so this is what this person's saying now, do you understand? And then I kind of like get both sides to at least understand where that other side is coming from. Mm-hmm. Again, whether they agree or not, understanding is more important than agreeance, I think. So yeah, I'm usually the mediator between people.
Okay. And so how do you approach that situation? How do you mediate?
I usually just try to, whoever is the more worked up, whoever's the more frustrated, to me it seems like that person wants to be heard more at the time. So I'll be like, all right, what's your frustration? What's going on? Then they'll talk. I'll be like, all right, so do you understand why they feel like that? And if they don't, then I'll be like, okay, could you elaborate, And then kind of go back and forth. But I usually start with like the person that's like the most upset, get them to try to get their words out and everything and be understood, because I feel like usually people just want to be heard. So is mainly the problem when people are upset.
So in terms of that dispute, how do you resolve the dispute between, if there's a dispute, somebody says this is what happened, somebody else said this is what happened, how do you resolve that dispute?
Yeah, I don't know, I guess maybe just like from a logical standpoint. Everything's situational. Things aren't black and white, I don't think. So yeah, just depending on the situation and what would seemingly make the most sense to resolve, so either both parties are happy or at least the person who might, in my opinion, be in the right, is happy. But at the end of the day, people are going to do what they want. So whether they take your advice or not, that's just kind of on them.
So I guess, ma'am, what I'm asking you is a little different. You have been called to sort of referee, mm-hmm. right? Not necessarily calm people down, but to decide who's telling the truth. Mm-hmm. How do you decide when someone is telling the truth?
I think that body language, mannerisms, all of that is really important. Also, if you know that person's character, in this case, obviously I wouldn't know anyone's character, but in my personal cases, if you know that person's character, you know if they're maybe more prone to lying or telling the truth or what have you. So, but yeah, I feel like body language is a really big one for sure.
Okay. What about like extra evidence, right? Like, would you talk to other people? What would you do? How would you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if deemed necessary, absolutely, and see, like, could you corroborate this story or what have you?
Okay. Have you ever had a situation where you were certain about something and later found out you were wrong?
Of course.
Can you give me an example of that?
I can't give you an example off the top of my head. I'm sure we're human beings. We all have our certainties, and then we're proven wrong later on.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about COVID-19 sitting in this trial?
No.
So I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your questionnaire here.
Okay.
So you're familiar generally with the story, right?
Yes.
What is alleged to have occurred back in May. You've watched the video only one time. By the video, the Facebook video?
Yes.
Okay. There's a question on the questionnaire that says, from what you've seen, read, or heard, do you have a general impression of the defendant, Mr. Chauvin? And you said somewhat negative, and then it asks you, why do you feel that way? And there was no response. Why did you answer that you have a somewhat negative impression of Mr. Chauvin?
Again, just from that's the only thing I've ever seen of this person, and that video, just makes you sad. I feel like nobody wants to see somebody die, whether it was like his fault or not. Nobody wants to see that, it's just hard to watch something. So, yeah. And of course, obviously, you see all of these people talking and saying things and coming at someone's character on social media and stuff, so the perception that you're given is negative, but then when you actually think back on it, you're like, okay, I don't know this person though, so I feel like this, but again, I could be proven wrong or whatever. So, but yeah, just from the interpretation of social media and, like what people say on Facebook and stuff like that, your family, your friends or whatever is, yeah.
And so you've talked with your family and friends about this situation before you.
Yeah, like when it first happened, like right away.
Okay, and have you had a lot of conversations about it since?
No, not really.
Okay. You also indicated that, and there's a question that says, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area since Mr. Floyd's death? And you said somewhat positive. Could you explain that for me?
Read the question again. I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area since Mr. Floyd's death?
And I said somewhat positive, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I think just in the idea of recognizing that some people are unfortunately discriminated against, and it is a thing that happens. And so just positive in the sense of just like awareness, pretty much, because I mean, I'm sure seeing something like that was some people's first like visual of being like, oh, somebody's been discriminated against. I've actually never seen that, so I didn't know it was a real thing. Mm-hmm. So yeah, just in the sense of, for the first time, some people might have seen that something bad can happen to somebody because they look or are a certain way.
Right. I mean, I don't want to press you, but I guess the question is, you formed an opinion that discrimination was occurring when you watched that video.
That it's a possibility, I think.
Okay.
Or not even in that, just that stuff like that happens. I guess I don't really know how to explain what I'm trying to say.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you are recognizing that that's one possible explanation for what happened.
Yes, it's a possible explanation.
Can you think of other possible explanations?
As to why that happened?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that person was, again, if an officer is on top of you or something, you were possibly resisting arrest, you were fighting back, they felt the need to in that situation, that they or someone else's civilians' lives could have been in danger if they didn't put this person in,
okay,
that type of thing.
So you're open to exploring alternative
Yes.
options for whatever happened.
Yes.
And you're willing to hear all of the evidence.
Yes, I want to.
You want to. And there are two sides to every story, agreed?
Absolutely.
Would you be able to keep your mind open until you hear both sides?
Absolutely.
You have a relative who is a police officer?
Yes.
Is he or she, is he a police officer here in the metro area?
No, up north in Brainerd.
Do you talk to your relative about that?
About him being an officer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ask him questions and stuff, just like stuff I would like to know, not like any racial bias stuff, just random questions like, what would I do if I got pulled over? And, that kind of thing. So I'll just ask him questions to help me get out of trouble a little bit.
Okay, fair enough. It's always good to know police, right?
Right, exactly. It is. It's good to know lots of different types of people.
So let me say, if you were a juror on this case, and, before I ask you that question, have you talked to your relative who is a police officer about this case?
I have not.
Do you see that person frequently?
During holidays, I wouldn't say so frequent, major holidays.
So if you were a juror on this case, and you were learning about certain training techniques, would you call up your relative and be like, "Hey, is this right?"
Well, I know we're not allowed to talk about the case, so I wouldn't.
Okay.
But I mean, maybe if it was, I probably just wouldn't. I would wait till after or something.
Okay. There was a couple of questions. You've had some martial arts training.
Very little.
Okay. Nothing of any. You're not a black belt.
No extensive training whatsoever.
Okay. But they asked a question: is during a martial arts training class, you actually were put into some type of a restraint or chokehold?
Yeah, that was one of the things. I don't know if it was necessarily a chokehold, but it was around and then arm around neck. What happens if you get in this position and how to get out of it. That's what it was.
Okay.
But they weren't extreme about it. They didn't actually choke you out or anything. Just you could feel the pressure on your neck and how to get out of it.
Okay. There were a series of questions about that kind of asked you to rank your opinion from a 1 to a 5, from a strongly agree to strongly disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a couple of questions about that, your answers on that. One of the questions was, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system. And you said you strongly agreed with that. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I just feel like there's a lot of documents and things you can look up that can kind of prove that as evidence, just statistics and stuff like that you can look up, and the incarceration rate versus the actual population of that amount of people in, the nation and whatnot. Just a lot of statistics and stuff can
support
agree
that.
with, yeah, can support that.
Okay. There was a question specifically to the Minneapolis Police Department, that Minneapolis police officers are more likely to respond with force when confronting black suspects than when dealing with white suspects, and you somewhat agreed with that. Have you have a personal experience in terms of friends or?
Yeah, not me personally, but I know people that they have had poor experiences. And where I grew up, which is northern Minnesota, where there's not nearly the amount of policing and everything like that, it's just a really small town and stuff, and I hardly saw it, so I just kind of assumed it was a big city thing, I guess. But yeah, not from my personal experiences, just from what I've heard from close people.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions about the Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. Do you recall your responses, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I think I said something I like the idea of what they're supposed to stand for, but I think that's been turned into a propaganda scheme by companies and stuff just to get you to buy their stuff. So it's just say Nike or whoever's yeah, we love black people, Black Lives Matter, but it's come buy our stuff now. You know what I mean? So that's really what I think it is, honestly.
Sure. So you think it's turned into a marketing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And Blue Lives Matter, similar?
Yeah, same thing. Just, Black Lives Matter was already a thing, and they just piggybacked off of the same letter hashtag, so they're literally just the same thing.
Okay. I have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Juror 9, I am going to find under Minnesota Rule of Criminal Procedure 26.02 that we're going to ask some questions, and I think your legitimate privacy interests merit that it kind of be without the audio playing. So we're not going to go into depth, but I think it's appropriate that we turn off the audio so that we can ask you some questions. Basically about your diabetes.
Thank you for your concerns.
Good afternoon, juror number 9.
Good afternoon.
So you're a former 218er, I understand?
Yes.
All right. You grew up in northern Minnesota there most of your life?
Yes.
And I saw that the place you grew up, did you grow up in the same area where you have a relative who's a police officer?
Where he is a police officer he lives pretty far away. So I grew up in the same area as where he lives, but not where he actually is an officer.
All right, so you didn't have to have any concern that he'd be the one pulling you over
No.
or doing anything?
Unless I was obviously driving through that county or whatever, but no.
Sure. Can you please just share with us how much contact you have with your uncle? I don't know how many uncles you have or how big your family
Yeah,
is.
again, major holidays, like Christmas, Thanksgiving, those kinds of things, birthdays. And then I'll randomly text him, call him or whatever, hit him up just if I have a question about something, or I'm like, oh, hey, I got a ticket, da 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 da, just that kind of thing. So yeah, I have a good relationship with him.
All right. Aside from major family gatherings and occasionally asking him for advice, is this a relative you have regular contact with? Like you would see him once a month,
No.
once a week?
No, not that often.
I need to ask you, just with having a family member as a law enforcement officer, do you think, as you sit here today, that you might credit the testimony of a police officer more than that of just another citizen, say a bystander?
No.
And why is that? Why do you think that you'd be able to evaluate each person's testimony?
Well, I guess I would just hope that they're supposed to be under oath, so they're not lying, whether they're, an officer or not. I would just hope that they're telling the truth, plain and simple.
Okay. And so do you believe then, as you just kind of search your mind, that despite the fact that one of the witnesses wears the uniform, is a law enforcement officer, that witness's testimony would be on equal footing as, say, just a passerby?
Yeah.
And your reason for that is because everybody's under oath.
Well, that, and also, I just think if someone sees what they saw, maybe people exaggerate sometimes, but I would just think if they would, I don't know, I guess I just would trust that they're going to be honest, even if it was brief sighting or a long, they witnessed the whole event, they'd just be honest about it.
So let me ask you then, if you're confronted with a situation as a juror in which witness A testifies a certain way, and witness B testifies a completely different way. Witness B is a law enforcement officer, witness A is not. What would you use to distinguish and determine which person is telling the truth?
Assuming that one of them is lying, or again, I guess the body language, the way people talk, if they seem like they're nervous, not just because like this is a situation where you're just kind of naturally anxious or nervous, but they're nervous like I need to say this certain thing or whatever, you know. I guess just the human perception of that person's mannerisms and body language. A lot. People can tell you a lot without actually telling you a lot.
I want to talk to you a little bit about something you outlined as some prior knowledge that you have about this case. And I believe that you got this knowledge from media sources. And you indicated that when an autopsy came out, people were talking about how he, meaning George Floyd, had drugs in his system. And that's something that you made note of. Was that information you paid particular attention to?
No, I'd never like seeked that out. I just, you know, when you see it in like comments and stuff, and people are like, oh, well, he had such and such in his system, and it's like, oh, you know, and then you just like keep going by, and you just, people want to bring that up and make it important, whether it is or not. People decide, you know. So yeah, that was pretty much just it.
You know, some people might comment on something like that, that someone who dies and they have drugs in their system, they have themselves to blame. How would you respond to a comment like that? What do you believe?
Situational, I think everything is, but I don't know. I don't really necessarily agree with that statement. If someone had drugs in their system and they were in a situation where they would exacerbate the things, that could be the thing, or maybe it was the thing, you know, maybe it was the drugs. Like, again, you never know. Everything is situational. That could have everything to do with it, or it could have absolutely nothing to do with it.
Getting back to a situation where you say you're at a family gathering and you see your uncle and you've served as a juror in this case, and if the evidence proved guilt and there was a conviction, do you think that it would be difficult for you to have a conversation about this with your uncle?
No, I don't think so.
How hard do you think it would be for you to justify your service to your uncle if a conviction were returned?
I mean, he knows me, and he knows that I wouldn't just base something off of feelings and off of one piece of information or evidence. He knows that if it were to come to a conclusion, and if that were the case, that I would hope he would know that, you know, it was all thought through, and it wasn't just me, obviously, that came to the conclusion. It was 11 other people or whatever. So, yeah, I would just...
And would his opinion be important to you?
It would, but it wouldn't make a difference if it would be. I mean, his opinion is important to me, but not so much so that it would sway my decision either way.
And are there other members of your family who might feel the same way as your uncle, who you would have any concern explaining after the fact what your decision was?
My family knows who I am, and they know I'm not going to go back on what I think or feel, regardless of their thoughts of me or my decisions.
One thing I'd like to follow up on, and I think you made it clear when defense counsel was asking you questions about your ability to put opinions aside. right, and judge the case on its merits. And I think you said you could do that. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
When and I think that's the answer you gave was absolutely. When the judge questioned you about that earlier, you said, and I quote, "I think I could be fair," and I need to make sure that we're very clear because sometimes people, maybe from northern Minnesota, don't say things as affirmatively, right?
Yeah.
It's always "I think," or "That's pretty good," and so I just need to know, as you sit here today, can you be fair to both sides and set aside any opinions or preconceived notions you have about this case and decide it based solely on the evidence that's presented to you and the instructions that the court gives you?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Pastor Cobb?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You will be on this jury.
Awesome.
Accordingly, I'm going to ask that you report back here on March 29th
Okay.
and at 9 a.m. for now.
Okay.
You'll probably get more instructions. And in case that date changes, we'll be in touch.
Okay.
As you've already experienced,
Yeah.
there are delays. We are pretty confident, though, that we'll be ready to go on that date
Okay.
with the actual evidence of the trial itself. So, in the meantime, you're not an investigator. Do not
Yes.
go out looking. Do not avoid all media to the extent you can. And then we'll see you back here. One thing you need to keep with you is that letter with the sticker on it and your number,
Okay.
because that's your pass to get in here. And so it's very important that you keep that safe and bring it with you.
Okay. And
Yeah.
just in case, will I be getting another letter to like remind me of the date and time and everything, or is there a number I should call?
You can always call the jury number. Generally, if there's a change, we reach out to you.
Okay.
We might do that in this case in any event, just because it's going to be 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And so we'll probably send a reminder call to everybody. But if you don't hear from us, you can always call back. But also, March 29th at 9 o'clock.
Sounds good. Thank
Okay,
you very much,
any
sir.
questions?
No, I don't
Okay,
think so.
then you can go with the deputy.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. We have the next group is a new group to read the initial instructions, so we're going to do that. I'm just curious if you have any sense for how many we'll be able to get through before the end of the day at 4:30. Keeping in mind we have a 20-minute break probably after the next juror. That was juror number 9, which is a grand total of 6 for the day. I'm thinking of keeping 3.
I think that's reasonable.
We're off the record, by the way, but we can stay on. We can stay on audio and video, but we're off the record.
Judge, I think 3 to 4 at the most. Taking a look, probably 3 is more realistic. Let's do 3.
Mr. Nelson, you...
I'm just taking a peek here quick at my
Okay.
notes. I'd say 3 to 4. 2 to 4.
Okay. Let's keep the first 4 after this and cut the next 2 loose for 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Almost now.
No, let's do all.
Right.
Do the review on all 6.
Okay.
Send all of them back. But
Except for
cut.
23 and 26.
Correct. Okay. And the difference. Did you bring everybody in?
Yep.
Okay.
members of the panel, if you could just kind of spread out and take any seat that works for you. And you can, it's not like church, you can sit in the front row if you'd like. Excellent. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Well, good afternoon. First of all, can you all hear me? Because if you cannot, we have hearing assistance devices. All right, I'm seeing that everybody seems to be able to hear. My name is Pete Cahill, and I'm one of the judges of the district court. And you have been summoned, as you know, as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure that the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions to all prospective jurors, which must be answered under oath. First, thank you for filling out and returning the questionnaire that was mailed to you. Your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best assured by continuing to provide full and complete answers to the questions that you will be asked today and possibly tomorrow. Those questions will follow up on issues from the questionnaire and possibly other topics. Now, after the questioning is over, the attorneys will have the right to excuse some of you from service on this jury, and I may excuse others of you for what is called cause. It does not mean that you are not a fair person, and you should not take offense in being excused. I also ask that you not take any offense to any question that you might be asked. We must pry, to some extent, in order to explore some opinions you might hold and to hear about experiences that you have had that might affect your ability to serve in this case. The defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree. During trial, charges may be added to or subtracted from these charges because that's in the normal course. But those are the charges as it stands today. Now, to the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. And I'm going to have the participants introduce themselves in the case, beginning with the attorneys for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Swisher on behalf of the state of Minnesota.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christina Marinakis, and I'm assisting with the prosecution.
I'm Joshua Larson. I'm also with the state. Thank you.
And Mr. Nelson, if you could introduce yourself and your team.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Nelson. I'm the attorney for Derek Chauvin. Behind me is my assistant, Amy Voss.
Right, thank you. Now, there may be other attorneys from the state also appearing, and so I'll ask you to keep in mind whether you know Matthew Frank, Attorney General Keith Ellison, Aaron Eldridge, Attorney Jerry Blackwell, or anybody else who works for the Attorney General's office. Is there anybody who has that familiarity? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. Does anybody recognize anybody who was in the courtroom who has introduced themselves, any of the parties or attorneys? All right, I'm seeing no hands. Now, you have been given a copy, well, actually, did anybody recognize anybody in the courtroom, I should say, not just the parties or attorneys? Okay, no hands. You have been given a copy of a list of potential witnesses, a rather long list, I acknowledge. And if you have reviewed it, you'll be asked when you are questioned individually whether you know anybody on that list. So please keep the list with you when you come in for your individual questioning. And if you've marked anybody, we'd like to know that. Now, before I turn it over to the attorneys, you have to keep in mind that one of the things they may not do in jury selection is to instruct you on the law. But I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in all criminal cases, so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. So, I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made against him or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him. And in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinary persons would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Now, if you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given their testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect. But in determining believability and weight of testimony, jurors may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome, relationship to the parties, the ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, their manner, their age and experience, their frankness and sincerity, or the lack thereof, the reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence in the case, and any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury, you should rely in the last analysis upon your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. Now, there are things you should not do during jury selection. You are not investigators. You are not to go out and do any looking, and you are not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers or the witnesses. Do not be offended if the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators do not speak to you. They know it would be improper to contact you except through the normal processes of jury selection, and they will confine themselves to a brief greeting. Now, during the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them you are on a panel of potential jurors in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. And since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So, during these proceedings, please refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror or to comment on this trial. You may access those social media tools, but please do not publish any information about the case or your thoughts about the case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about the case, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Now, because of the nature of the charges, this case will receive media coverage. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or online, and do not listen to news about it on radio or television. Now, this trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or any other juror will be taken at any time, now or during trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. You will only be referred to by your random number. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast, unless we need to discuss something deeply personal or extremely sensitive or embarrassing, and I specifically order that the audio not be broadcast. In that case, you will still have to answer questions on the record, but without audio or video broadcast. So with that, I'm going to send all of you back into the waiting room area, except for juror number 10, and you can remain behind. And Mr. Schaefer has further instructions for several of you. So if you go with the deputy. Okay, juror 10, if you could come up here to the witness stand. And I'll put my mask back on. Okay. Apologies, I'm a little missing one of my sheets. All right. Before I turn it over to the attorneys, I want to go over a few things. First of all, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that
you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror.
I will.
All right, thank you. First of all, you did fill out a questionnaire. Thank you for taking the time to do that. The first question I have, was everything true on that questionnaire?
To the best of my ability at the time.
All right. And you kind of anticipated my next question, which is, do you have any changes or additions to the questionnaire? Because sometimes after you've had a chance to reflect on it, after you turn it in, things come up or you realize something was inaccurate. You're not going to get in trouble by correcting it. It's what we're looking for is the honest feedback from you. And so if there is anything, can you think of anything right now?
Well, the one question where it asks, do you want to serve on this jury?
Correct.
And I put down not sure, but the more I think about things, I guess my answer would be no.
Okay, tell me about that. What has kind of moved you in that direction?
Well, a lot of it has to do with the publicity that's going to be associated with this case, and the potential. I guess the potential outcome of this case can. I mean, this is going to be a very highly publicized case, and there's a lot riding on this case. And to me, I do see. I read in the article or the information you sent us that jurors' names will be publicized after the case is done.
At some point, yes.
At some point, right? And that kind of raised the issue with me. Because I felt, well, if our names are publicized, could we become potential targets for certain organizations? And that makes me feel uneasy.
A little apprehensive.
Right, exactly.
Okay. I think you also mentioned the concerns about COVID-19, and we've done everything the health department said we should, but nevertheless, are those concerns enough that it might bother you during trial?
Well, at the time I filled the questionnaire out, we were under lockdown. Mm-hmm. And so at that point in time, it was a very serious concern of mine because we didn't know where we were going with this, with COVID-19. But at this point in time, my reservations are somewhat relieved with the vaccines, probably getting some herd immunity out there, and more lifting of restrictions. I believe I'm a little more at ease on that now at this point.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you are in the accounting industry.
Correct.
And this is busy time.
Busy time.
Do you think that it's so busy that you're probably going to be working after court sessions?
I would probably have to, and it would probably. I do travel somewhat with my job to my clients, so given the potential length of a trial, it may impact my ability to service clients completely. Because if I travel, I can't be here and be there at the same time.
Right. And we do anticipate that the trial would be about 4 weeks, starting on March 29th. What do you think with that time frame?
It's a pretty bad time.
Okay. Let me return to your safety concerns. And I'm not questioning the legitimacy of the concerns you have. Not saying one way or the other. What the likelihood of any concern should be. But the fact that it is a concern for you, if you're on the jury, you can't let that seep in and affect your decision. So in other words, you can't say, well, I think that it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, so I could vote for guilty, but I'm worried what will happen. Or the opposite. I don't feel it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and so I should find him not guilty, but I don't know what will happen. Do you think that's a concern that we should be thinking about?
Well, I feel I'm a reasonable person and can separate facts from fiction. However, that thought, I believe, would still be there. Yes.
All right.
I don't know if it would influence me. I mean, I would try not to, but if it's in your, if you're thinking about these things, how can you just eliminate from your mind, let's just say.
Okay. I'm just going to talk to the lawyers privately for just a quick second, so hang tight. Juror number 10. I'm going to excuse you from this jury, and I'll tell you, it's mostly I'm concerned that we are in your high season of work, and if you're working after hours, the last person I had on a jury who did that fell asleep during the trial, which is not something we ever like. But also that combined with your safety concerns and how that would weigh on your mind while hearing evidence, I think it's appropriate. I'm going to excuse you from this panel. And so you're relieved from jury duty for this round and until you get a summons years from now. Okay? The deputy on the way out will collect some things from you, but otherwise, thank you for your candid answers and taking the time to fill out the questionnaire.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sir, have a seat. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you a few questions before we turn it over to the attorneys. First of all, I have to swear you in to make sure that all your answers are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. If I could have you pull up right to the microphone to make sure that we can capture things. My hearing is not what it used to be. First question I'm going to ask you is, you filled out the questionnaire, and thank you for doing so. Was everything on that questionnaire true as far as your answers?
Am I on a time limit here? Can I just think about it? I'm just trying to put my thoughts together, not trying to.
You take whatever time you need to answer the question. And since you filled it out quite a while ago, if there's anything, that's fine. It's just a question of if something comes up, I want you to feel free to add to it or change it. You're not going to get in trouble. Because very often people fill out a questionnaire and then they reflect and they go, well, I probably should have said this or that. And that generally will come up more in the questions that the lawyers will be asking. But in the interim, if there was something that you came in saying, well, once I get in front of the judge, I got to tell him this. Anything like that?
Could you just repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, is there anything in that questionnaire that just right now you think you need to change or amend?
No, I can't think of anything.
Okay. And if anything does come to your mind during the questioning, feel free to volunteer. All right. When you filled out the questionnaire, there was an advisory not to read any articles or follow this in the media. Sometimes, inadvertently, you get exposed despite your best efforts. You see a headline, maybe a friend says, oh, did you hear about this part of the case? Did anything like that happen to you? Were you exposed to any substance or facts about this case, or anything about the process or the people involved between when you filled out the questionnaire and now?
I've had people bring it up around me when we were spending some time together, and I didn't add to the conversation or mention anything about my jury service.
Okay. Was that uncomfortable for you?
I just took it as a sign just to not say anything.
Okay.
Or say little, like nothing about the jury at all.
All right, fair enough. And you know something about this case because just about everybody who comes in here knows something about the case, or at least have certain thoughts about the case based on what they've read or seen in the media. But if you're on the jury, you have to put all that aside on what you hear and see in the courtroom. Do you think you could do that?
Yeah, I think I could do it.
Okay. And we really put you in a tough spot because we say you don't know much about the case except what you've read, and that might not be accurate. So can you put it all aside? And we're asked, with very little other indication of what the evidence is, we're asking you to give us your best guess on whether you can put everything aside. And your answer is yes, you can.
I'm really this is a lot to me right now. I could take the facts together and set everything aside, all my biases and all that, but this process is like making me kind of uncomfortable.
Sure.
And just a lot to take in at the same time.
In fact, I'll go right to that because the last question on the questionnaire was, why do you feel that, or you said, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? And the answer was no. Too much responsibility, don't want to be a part of a trial the whole nation will be paying attention to. Personal opinion conflicts with participating as a juror. I'm in trade school and COVID-19 has been cutting into my education. So there's a lot to unwrap there. And how old are you?
I'm 19.
So you're 19, we catch you right after you become eligible to vote and serve on a jury. And it sounds like this seems like an intimidating prospect for you.
Yeah.
Is that a fair, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you think that's a fair statement?
Well, it's not causing me fear, but it's just making me anxious and just.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think about like further on down the road, like how things are going to be. Because when I came here today, like I couldn't even see the parking. I didn't even realize that it was being guarded, and there was a draw gate. So that was something new for me too. All the barricades around the building.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to the attorneys to ask you some more follow-up questions about that. So I'm going to ask Mr. Nelson to inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for being here today, and I appreciate your sensitivity and concerns, and this is a lot to take in, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to ask you some questions. I want to follow up on a few things, and not in trouble. No one's trying to trick you. We're just trying to get to whether you'd be a good juror for this case, not only for Mr. Chauvin, but also for the state of Minnesota. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you and I were to meet in a social situation, tell me 2 or 3 things you'd want me to know about you after that conversation.
Is this like a casual conversation, or like do I know like what your occupation is?
No, we're just talking. 2 guys talking.
I like to think about things on a deeper level. I like to conceptualize. I'm very interested in talking about I'm very open-minded. I like to think about more things other than what's just present at the moment. I'm not really sure what you're asking for.
I think you answered what I was asking for, and I appreciate your response, okay? When you first got the notice that you were going to be doing jury or called for jury service, what was your first reaction to that notice?
Like, why me? I didn't think it was. I didn't think I'd be somebody that could be selected for this case. It was never a thought in my mind until I saw it on the paper and filled out the questionnaire.
So you kind of had a why me moment.
Yeah.
Did you ponder that question, and what did you come up with?
There's a lot of philosophical things I could say, but I'm just gonna say it was just a random selection. The machine or whatever picked my number or picked my license, however it goes, and that's the reason why I'm here right now. Does that answer your question?
It does, but I'm also curious as to the philosophical response.
I don't know. Maybe I would just chosen to be a part of this trial. Just, like, how do I explain it? Just the way my life has been going, just the experiences I had, kind of just doesn't feel like a coincidence that I'm here, a part of this trial.
So is it that I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or trivialize anything, but you sort of feel like a purpose or a higher calling or some reason that you were chosen to be, even though it's a random process to select people?
I wouldn't say it's like my purpose to be here. I just think maybe for whatever reason it is, I'm here right now. Maybe there's something I need to learn from the series of events, or something I gotta see for myself to know. I don't know. That's what I was trying to say with the philosophical. Like, it's case by case. I don't have a direct answer to everything. It's just, I guess it's just how I'm feeling at that time, and like what answers I can give to it when
Okay. I appreciate that. So I guess you obviously know the case.
Yeah.
You know why you're here. And you formed some opinions about the case, personal opinions, right?
Yeah.
And because I believe in your response answering why you didn't want to be a juror was because of your opinions. Your personal opinions conflict with participating as a jury.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
I feel like this this whole process is just gonna what's the word I'm thinking of? It's gonna snowball. It's gonna like get bigger and bigger as the days go by, and I don't know if I want to deal with all what comes with that, the media attention, the people outside the courthouse, of the guards and stuff. Is just, it's a lot for me to take in.
So, sir, I understand that it's a very intimidating process.
Yeah.
That's probably even more intimidating because of the virtue of this case, and it's even more intimidating by virtue of the maelstrom of events surrounding it, right? But have you formed personal opinions about what happened back in May?
Yeah.
And your response to why you don't want to be a juror in this case is because you feel conflicted based on those personal opinions. Is that fair?
Yeah, I kind of feel like I feel like I'd be more willing to participate. I mean, I'm participating right now, but I feel like I wouldn't be so conflicted to participate if it was a different case.
So I guess I'm just going to ask you outright, what are your personal opinions about this case?
I think this whole thing is just very divisive. Me being a part of this case kind of feels like to me that I'm adding to the divisiveness, not necessarily saying that that it's done on purpose. It's just I just think forward in the future about how like what my life is gonna be like after the case, and like if people are gonna, you know, see videos or know that I was there. There's a lot of people I know, and I just don't want them to know that I was a juror on the case. I just don't want to talk about it. I don't want to discuss it with other people like that.
So the bottom line.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess the bottom line is that we're trying to determine if you could be a fair and an impartial juror in this case. Would your opinions prevent you from being a fair and an impartial juror?
I'm not sure, because I don't know. Do you just want me to tell you some things I think and we go from there? Because
sure.
Mark, what would you like to know first?
Why don't you tell me some things that you think, and we'll go from there.
From what I know, the MPD has a history of corruption and just I just hear that there's a lot of bad cops in the MPD. I just don't trust. I don't really trust law enforcement like that. I just feel a little bit intimidated when they come around.
So can I just interrupt you, because we're going to kind of go back and forth, right?
Yeah.
As I understand, you said that the Minneapolis Police Department, in your opinion, has a history of corruption.
Yeah.
And do you have personal experience with that, or do you have friends who've had experience with that, or is that predicated on what people talk about?
Part of it is just from what I heard, and past things that happened in Minneapolis, but also because my dad was racially profiled in a traffic stop, and he doesn't break the law.
Okay. So you have a family member who has had an experience, a negative experience with the Minneapolis Police Department.
Yeah.
Okay. So just looking at your role here as a juror would be to be fair and impartial, to listen to evidence, all of the evidence as it's presented, and weigh the question of guilty or not guilty based on what you see in court. Do you think that you could set aside your personal experiences and your belief of corruption or history of corruption about the Minneapolis Police Department aside as you weigh this question?
I'm conflicted. I can be impartial, but I could be fair and impartial, but I just don't know if I could stay like that, present with all the evidence that I'm going to be seeing and all that. I don't know. I don't know what the evidence is.
We're going to do. It's time for our afternoon break. We normally take a 20-minute break at this time. So I'm going to ask that you go with the deputy to go back to the other courtroom, and we'll all take a break, and we're going to come back at, let's say, 3:25. And you can talk in the meantime. And council, why don't you come into chambers after a couple minutes. All right, thank you. We're in recess. right, come on back to the chair, please. And we're on the record again. I'm going to let Mr. Swisher ask you some questions on behalf of the state to start with.
Okay.
If you would.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Juror number 17. Are you nervous today?
Yes.
Right. You've never been through a process like this before. Is it what you expected it would be?
Yeah, it's very drawn out. Not trying to say like it's just the course of the trial.
Yeah. Have you watched court shows on TV or know much about jury selection?
I've seen some court shows, but I don't know that much about jury selection.
Okay. You would be somewhat relieved to know if you were selected as a juror on this case, this would be the last day you'd have to do any talking in front of people in a courtroom, because your role would be as a passive listener. And so in a lot of ways, today would be probably the worst part in terms of being personally nervous. And you're already about halfway through it.
Oh yeah.
Is it something that you were anticipating? Were you thinking about being nervous before you got to court today?
I've been pretty anxious about it since I got the letter in the mail, just thinking about it today.
That's understandable. This is a big deal, and we all know that. And what we're asking you to do, today here is, to talk about your opinions, talk about possible biases you might have, and it's not a comfortable situation. We recognize that. The judge recognizes that, counsel recognizes that. And all we need, at this point is just for you to be able to look at us and just tell us what's on your mind, any opinions that you might have, and really think through, whether this is something that you can do, and not so much that you're nervous about doing it or nervous about having to answer the questions. All we can do is ask you to tell us the truth, okay? And so I need to just explore a few issues with you, and I need to hear it in your own words, because it's really tough for me, if I just say something and you say yes or no, to know what's really on your mind. And so at one point, when asked about some opinions that you may have formed before coming here to court, you were talking a lot about what your concerns might be after the fact.
Yeah.
Were your concerns, or were the opinions that you formed limited to general concerns that you would have after your jury service is over, or do you have some opinions that you can talk to us about, regarding the case itself?
You were asking if I had any opinions that might interfere with or might give me a bias towards the case itself?
Absolutely, yes.
Well, I was saying before, I don't trust law enforcement. They're intimidating. I think it just they could get away with many things, and the case itself is just very. This whole thing is just very divisive, and I'm not a divisive person. I just feel like I just rather not be part of something that's so two-sided. I don't like choosing sides like that. I like to be in my own lane. Like,
So I'd like to follow up with you a little bit about the mistrust you have of law enforcement, right? And see if I can give you an example of where such mistrust could exist, but you could still be a fair juror. So, you know, growing up, you had a variety of teachers, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
And is it true that some of those teachers were good and some of the teachers were not so good?
Yeah.
Right? And so you would be able to distinguish that and judge each individual teacher on their own merits. It's not that all teachers are bad or all teachers are good. You have to go on an individual basis.
Right.
And so then I would ask you this question about law enforcement. Do you accept that perhaps there's some people in law enforcement who are not good law enforcement officers, but that there are people in law enforcement that are good law enforcement officers? And just like with a teacher, you would have to judge each individual on their merit, not based on what they do, right, but based on what you learn about them, what evidence you see. Would you be able to do that?
I don't know. I just kind of feel like the police department has their own interests in mind. Like I feel like they're trying to do whatever to protect themselves and like come out unscathed. If that makes sense. Like not be. Because I feel like they're trying to do the best they can not to get their police system or police department defunded. That's what I think it is. That they don't want to lose the presence they have and the ability they can to enforce the law. So I just feel like nobody wants to lose the job that they have, right? They don't want to see the thing they've been a part of for so long, come down because of something, whatever it may be.
And so when the judge gave you some preliminary instructions, he told you that one of the things when evaluating testimony you might consider someone's interest in the outcome of the case, right? What a witness might have to lose or gain by testifying one way or the other. Did you hear him say that?
But I didn't hear him say that. I'm pretty sure he did. I didn't hear him.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you finish?
No, I didn't hear him say that, but
Okay.
I think he did.
Okay. Well, does that concept make sense to you, that when you're evaluating the testimony of a witness, you may consider whether or not that witness has some kind of interest in the outcome of the case?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And would you agree that that could be any witness, not only a police officer, but any witness who testified? You could validly consider whether or not that person had an interest in the outcome of the case.
Yeah.
And so when you say that you are concerned that the police are going to be looking out for their own interest, and I believe you said not wanting to be defunded, right, do you acknowledge that that would be the same as evaluating any witness's interest in the outcome of a particular case?
No, because the police department's part of the government. The police. It's in the name. They keep crime down so businesses and public areas can stay functioning, and also to protect the individuals that live in the neighborhoods they patrol in.
So some of the witnesses who would be called to testify would be called to testify by the state of Minnesota in this case, would be law enforcement officers. Do you believe that you would be able to evaluate the testimony of law enforcement officers called on behalf of the state in this case in the same way that you would evaluate another witness, say a bystander?
You said there's police officers on the prosecution side?
Yes, the prosecution and the government here, I represent the government, has the burden of proof. And so we would be calling witnesses who would be police officers. Would you be able to evaluate the testimony of those police officers in the same way that you evaluate other witnesses we may call?
Yeah.
And so you would be able to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the things, just to follow up, I believe when counsel was asking you questions about being impartial, and if I understood your answer, you said, I can be impartial, I can be fair and impartial, but you further indicated you don't know what the evidence is now. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at least before seeing any evidence in this case, are you saying that you can be fair and impartial to both sides, both the prosecution and the defense?
I have my opinions, but they're not solid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to see whatever side has to say.
Okay. So you understand then that there are two sides to every story, right? And if you were called and seated as a juror in this case, your job would be to simply evaluate the evidence that comes into court, listening to the witness testimony, looking at any documents or things that we would introduce, and deciding the case solely based on that evidence, what you see, what you hear, what we show you, and then the judge's instructions on the law. And that's it. And you'd have to leave any opinions that you may have formed beforehand out the door, but just call the case and judge the case on its merits here.
You're asking if I could do that, yes or no?
Yeah, could you do that?
Yeah, I can do it.
And do you believe that you're the type of person who can be fair to everybody? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And you feel that you can give everyone at least a fair listen and then make your best judgment based on what you see and what you hear and what the judge tells you?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
So just wanted to follow up with a few additional questions. There's a little bit of an unusual procedure here. So Mr. Slisher asked you some questions about police officers. That's what we were talking about before. And he asked you if the government were to call police officers to testify on behalf of the government, the prosecution, if you could evaluate their testimony the same way as you would any other witness. Do you remember those questions?
Yeah.
All right. And in that regard, you said you could do that, right? Let me ask you the same question. You understand that I represent Mr. Chauvin.
Yeah.
Right? Mr. Chauvin is my client, and we have an obligation to do what we feel is best to defend him. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Two parts to this. How would you feel, would you be able to evaluate police officers that the defense may call as witnesses as the same as the police officers or other witnesses that the state were to call?
No.
Why?
Because they're on the defense. They have to, like I was saying before, I feel like it's about, not losing the funding or losing everything that they had built up over the past couple of years. I just think that there's this narrative going on about defund the police, and it's all around the country, and police departments everywhere are doing their best to not
So you would have an opinion about any witnesses that the defense might call, especially if they're police officers.
Yeah.
And that opinion would be biased against those witnesses. Yes?
Yes.
What if the defense calls someone other than a police officer, a citizen, or a doctor, or something? Would you share those same biases against those types of witnesses?
No.
So it's only if the defense were to call police officers that you would feel, as witnesses, that you would feel you couldn't set that bias aside.
Yeah, it's just I just feel like the police they cover for each other a lot, and some people are.
So let me just explain something to you. The defense has no obligation to call any witnesses. We don't have to ask a single question. We don't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. And it doesn't change the legal standard that the state has to prove that Mr. Chauvin's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you feel about that?
I'm sorry, could you say that last sentence again?
Sure. I'm just going to repeat the question and maybe a little different. The defense has no obligation to call a witness. The defense has no obligation to enter evidence. The defense has no obligation to even ask a single question during this trial. And if we did not do that, if we did not call witnesses or present evidence, the state of Minnesota still has to prove Mr. Chauvin guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And so if the defense called police officers to testify for them, you would be biased against those witnesses, right? But if the defense called other witnesses, doctors, civilians, you wouldn't share that same bias.
Yeah.
So how would you feel if the defense did nothing?
I wouldn't know how to feel. Part of me wants to say that if the defense had nothing to, give support to their side, it says something about the defendant and the case they're in. But also, it could just be that maybe the defendant's side of the story holds more merit than the other side, so they don't need to call witnesses and gather a whole bunch of evidence.
The court like to inquire further?
Here's 17. I just want to ask one question. We're talking about listening to the various witnesses. I also was wondering, the job of the jury is to sit through and listen to all the evidence, and we get some long days here. How do you think you can focus, keep the attention to all the evidence, yet not act on it until the end of the case?
I don't know. I mean, I think this trial is going to go on for a very long time. I don't know if I can give all of my effort and focus.
Okay.
Day
Can
to day.
you expand on that?
It's just coming here every day. I'm in a group of people I don't know, and then I gotta during a trial I gotta consider all the facts, all the evidence, and think for myself and just be listening. And like you were saying, like there's long days in here, so I don't know if I'd be able to recall everything to say. And in the school, it's hard for me to focus 100% of the time. I don't know how cited in I need to be during this trial.
Okay. All right, I'm going to talk to the lawyers a little bit, and then we'll get right back to you.
Okay.
You can just stay right in that seat. Juror 17, I'm going to make a finding under Minnesota Rule of Criminal Procedure 2602, Subdivision 4, Paren 4, that conducting voir dire for the next couple of minutes might interfere with an overriding interest, specifically your legitimate privacy interest. And so I'm going to order that the audio feed to be cut. So basically, we're not.
Juror 17, I'm going to excuse you from this panel. I think there might be better juries for you to sit on than going to a case of this magnitude. So you'll go with the deputy, and they'll release you, and we'll make a record shortly after. But thank you for your honest answers. I have a feeling you were being as honest and thoughtful as you could, and we do appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good afternoon.
You too. Yeah. All right. Mr. Nelson.
I don't believe that the TV audio may have been cut off during our those conversations.
Where were we on the audio?
We just received a text message from someone asking specifically what
Cognitive issues?
Were we cut? Okay. That may be the case, is that people in the courtroom could hear.
Yeah, except for the person who texted us was not in the courtroom.
They're just watching.
Okay, sorry.
All right. All right. Okay. The court has excused juror number 17 for cause. He did indicate in response to Mr. Nelson's questions that he would treat police officer witnesses differently based on who called them, the state versus the defense, and he would apply a different standard to the defense. That's in addition to concerns that we shared off the record. The state probably isn't joining in as much, but he's 19 years old. He seemed overwhelmed. He seemed extremely anxious when he first came in, and I agree with the state. I think his demeanor improved, and he may have calmed down a little bit, but he admitted that the idea of sitting through a long day of testimony, he would have a hard time paying attention as he did. In fact, mentioned how he had problems with paying attention in school. And on the questionnaire, not to leave that to last, but he did say he did not want to be on the jury for all the reasons that are stated in his questionnaire, which we've already made an oral record of. So anything to add to that record, however? I think the state objected to the challenge for cause, but any other record to make?
I did object, Your Honor, and maintain the objection, but I appreciate the time and care with which you allowed the question to proceed.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Nelson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll bring in juror number 19. Would you have a seat right in the chair, sir? Good afternoon, and thanks for your patience.
No problem.
You are juror number 19, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Before I turn the questioning over to the attorneys, I'm going to ask you a few questions, but first administer an oath so that all the questions you answer are under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right. First thing I want to ask is about the questionnaire you filled out quite a while ago.
Sure.
Was everything that you answered on that questionnaire true?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any changes, amendments, addition to the questionnaire that you can think of at this moment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
the attorneys might ask some specific questions that might prompt a memory that you want to change what you said or add to it, because sometimes on reflection, more information might become aware to you. Now, as far as the case itself, I believe you indicated you know something about the case, I assume through the media.
That's correct.
And the question I have for you is, after you filled out that questionnaire, or as part of that questionnaire, it advised you not to read any articles, follow the media on it. But sometimes, inadvertently, you might see a headline, or maybe a friend or something talks to you about the case, because you're not supposed to tell anybody you're a possible juror.
Right.
Did any of that happen between when you filled out the questionnaire and now?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So you weren't exposed to anything about the case, about the parties, anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. Now, because one of the reasons we say not to read any articles is you have to put aside anything you've learned outside of the courtroom, any opinions that, because you can come in here with opinions, that's not a problem. I mean, most people probably have an opinion about the case or some of the facts. The question is, can you put those aside and decide the case before you, if you're a juror, based solely on the evidence and the law that I give you?
I believe I can, yes, sir.
All right. And you were given a long list of witnesses.
Yes.
Did you recognize anybody?
No, sir.
All right. And what about the length of the trial? We estimate it'll be about 4 weeks starting on March 29th. So that's when actual opening statements and evidence would be in. You'd probably be in trial here full time for probably about 4 weeks. Does that work?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else that you wanted to bring up before I turn it over to the attorneys?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right. I'll turn to Mr. Nelson and ask him to inquire. Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Again, my name is Eric Nelson. I represent Mr. Chauvin in connection with this case. Just have a few questions I'd like to go over kind of generally with you, and then from there, ask you some specific questions about your questionnaire.
Sure.
And your responses. You're good with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just you and I meet in some social situation. What are two or three things you'd want me to know about you walking away?
I'm an honest person, straightforward, and easy to talk to.
Okay. And when you received your jury summons, what was your first reaction?
Just trying to figure out dates that work best with work. I've done it 5 years ago, roughly. That time might not be exact, but I've done it recently, and it was more so just trying to make sure that I could find a week that worked well.
Okay. Did you postpone your jury service at some point and then end up here, or was this the original?
I did not.
one?
This was original.
Okay. When you received that jury notice, did it also include the questionnaire that you filled out?
I believe that was the second round of information I received. I believe first was just the dates, and then second was the questionnaire.
Okay. When you got that second mailing, the questionnaire, and you realized that it was in connection with this case, what was your reaction?
Just that it's my civil service to fill that out, and if chosen as a juror, to fulfill that.
Okay. When you got to court today or yesterday, whichever day was your first day, what did you think when you saw the government center?
Was a little surprising. I haven't been downtown recently. I used to work just across the street, so even pulling in the parking lot and that being gated up was just, like I said, I hadn't been down in this area of Minneapolis recently.
Okay. So when you say it was surprising, like what do you mean? Like just the scope of it, or?
Yeah, I'd say that's it. Just the gating and all the protective things in place.
Okay.
Was not, I guess, could have expected that, but wasn't expecting it.
Do you have any concerns about your personal safety serving as a juror on this case?
No, sir, I do not.
How about for your family?
No, sir.
Do you have any concerns about COVID-19 and how that may affect your service?
No, sir.
Okay. So let me just ask you a couple questions. In terms of your personal or professional life, can you think of a situation where you have had to resolve a conflict between two people?
Yeah, I'd say I have.
Can you give me an example of, I mean, without referencing who, or just give me an example of
Sure. I'm in client service, so that there's conflicts all the time back and forth on project deadlines, things that need to be met, and working through those together to find an amicable answer.
And how do you ultimately approach the resolution of conflict between two people?
It's in a conversation, meeting together, talking live, working through what both sides are looking for, and making sure we meet amicably.
Do you have to go through that process in a group setting in your professional life?
Yeah, I work on teams a lot of the time.
Okay. And what happens if you have two team members who disagree about the appropriate course of conduct? How do you resolve that type of conflict?
We work through it as a team, and once we decide as a team, that's the path we go forward with.
Okay. How do you, what tools or decision-making processes do you bring to the table to try to build consensus within a team?
I would like to think that we use more facts than emotions in those cases. Obviously, emotion is going to play into that, but if we're truly having inside the team an issue that we need to talk through, and making sure that we're breaking it down to what are the facts are, what do we need to work to, what's the answer that we need to get out of this conversation, and being productive with that.
You understand that this is a group decision-making process in a sense, if you were to be selected as a juror in this case?
I do.
Okay. And ultimately, in terms of your role as a juror in this case is to weigh the evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you able, would you be able to listen to the evidence from both sides?
I believe so, yes.
Would you be able to keep an open mind until all of the evidence
I
is
believe
presented?
so, yes.
Okay. Would you be able to, if ultimately you felt that the state of Minnesota failed to meet its burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, would you have any reservation in finding Mr. Chauvin not guilty?
If that's the path that was laid out, no.
Okay. And conversely, the other way too, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You obviously are familiar with the case to some degree.
That is correct.
And have you formed an opinion, a personal opinion about innocence or guilt in this case yet at this time?
I have not, because I have not examined it from the viewpoint of the law.
So in that regard, how would you examine it here if you were a juror?
I would have to take the charges that were brought against the defendant, and based on the facts that are presented, determine whether that's met.
And what would your response be if you just didn't have enough information?
I think then the burden of proof is on the prosecution in that case, and that the defendant's presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Right. And what would you do?
Then I would deem him innocent in this case.
And what happens if you were then in a deliberation room and somebody else felt differently?
I would talk through the facts and circumstances of why I believed that innocent would be the case, and I'd hear their case of why they think that might not be the case, and whether that be something that I had forgotten through the trial or jogs my memory, but make sure that we're both talking through with the facts presented.
And you'd be willing to re-examine your own views?
I would. I think I would have to.
Okay. And what if you felt it was just a critical piece of information and you weren't willing to change your mind after this discussion?
If I still felt that my viewpoint was the one that I believed in, I think I'd stand by that viewpoint.
Yeah. Now, in terms of your questionnaire, you had the first question just sort of asked you to recite what you had heard or what you knew about this particular case.
Yes.
And one of your statements reads that after that time, George was unresponsive. The police officers did not try to resuscitate George while the ambulance arrived. Can you just explain, like, what do you mean? Where did you get that information?
before I was informed that I would possibly be a part of this case. That is what I remember from news reporting at the time.
Okay. So since that time, you've not
No,
read
sir.
it? Okay. Have you talked to other people about the fact that you're a potential juror in this case?
No, sir.
Now, you indicated that your view of the defendant in this case, Mr. Chauvin, was somewhat negative. And what you write is, from what I remember, they held a knee on his neck for 7 minutes and did not attempt to resuscitate him when he was not breathing. Can you expand on what you mean by somewhat negative and your thoughts in that regard?
Somewhat negative because the fact is someone died. And that's obviously not a positive thing by any means, and that he should be given the same justice that I'm here to help try and be a part of hearing in the case amongst his peers.
Okay. So who should be given that same justice?
Ideally, George should have at the time, and so the fact that he is not here to be held in front of a court for the crimes that he was being apprehended for is the somewhat negative that I was referring to in my questionnaire.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you have formed at least a preliminary opinion as to innocence or guilt?
I would not say that's the case. I'd say that somewhat negative is due to the fact that he's dead, and the innocence or guilt is in relation to the law and the charges brought, which I have not considered against that viewpoint.
Now, you indicated that in your questionnaire again that you've watched the video about the citizen bystander video 2 or 3 times, right?
That is correct.
In full from start to finish?
I would not say in full. I believe it was as a part of news articles, so I don't believe I would have ever seen fully start to finish, but clips of it, yes.
And it's fair to say that you've not seen any other evidence in this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So prior to receiving this juror questionnaire, you weren't following this in the media to any significant extent?
Not actively, no.
I'm sorry?
Not actively, no.
Okay. But you did have some conversations with family, friends, coworkers, things of that nature, right?
Yeah, I think that just the shock that it had on the city, where there were natural conversations that came up both with my family and the workplace, and yes, I partook in those.
Okay. And did you have friends or family member who may have taken different viewpoints of the circumstances?
I not necessarily know. I don't think the conversations were revolving around any judgment upon the case, but just the happenings of what was out there.
Well, I guess what I mean by that is that there's lots of ripple effects, right, from any incident, and so some people will take a position one way, and another person will take a contrary position. Any of the conversations that you had with your family, friends, or coworkers, did they differ?
Not materially, no.
Okay. Would you describe those conversations as more political in nature or specific to the facts of this case?
More political in nature, and just the community in general.
Do you think that any of the opinions that you or your friends share in terms of the politics, lowercase p, of this situation would influence your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No, I don't believe so.
So no one's expecting you to not have any biases or any concerns, or the question is, can you set those aside?
Understood.
And you think you can do that?
Yes, sir.
You also indicated that you have a friend who is a police officer?
That is correct.
Is he a police officer with the Minneapolis Police Department?
I believe so.
Okay. Have you talked about this situation prior to the jury questionnaire with your friend?
I did not, no.
Okay. You indicate you haven't seen him very often since COVID?
No, not often, no.
How close of a friend would you describe this to be?
He's not a super close friend. I'd say more of a friend of a friend.
Okay. How often prior to COVID, how often would you see him?
2 times a year, maybe.
Okay. Would he talk about his job?
Occasionally.
Okay. Would he kind of tell you the stories of arrests he's made and stuff like that?
Not so much. More so, he has a canine as a part of his duty, and just talks about his dog mostly.
Okay. If you were selected as a juror on this case, would you call up your friend and ask him his opinion? And
No, as I don't believe I should be talking with anyone outside these walls about the case.
would you be concerned that if you were to find Mr. Chauvin guilty, that could damage your friendship with this person?
No, I would not.
And conversely, would you feel any obligation to find him not guilty by virtue of this relationship?
No.
You had some karate lessons when you were 7 or 8 years old?
I did.
Like pretty much every other kid in the state?
Just wanted to answer to the best of my ability.
Right, understood. You also had some opinions as to both Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Would you care to expand on either of those opinions?
I think what I wrote there is consistent with my thoughts.
Okay. You support Black Lives Matter in a general context, right?
That is correct.
But you disagree with some of their tenets, is what you wrote?
That is correct.
Can you explain that?
I think some of the ways that, depending on group members, have gone about it has not always been the best actions, but I do believe that Black Lives Matter.
And you also have a somewhat unfavorable opinion of Blue Lives Matter.
That is correct.
Do you ever have that conversation with your police officer friend?
I have not, no.
Okay. You also indicated that you have some friends who are lawyers.
That's correct.
All right. Same question. I'm expecting the same response, that you're not going to call them and ask them, hey, Cahill said the law is this. Mr. Judge Cahill has said the law is this. Is he right?
No, sir.
Okay. You previously also had served on a jury, right?
That is correct.
Was that here in Hennepin County?
It was.
And you said that was maybe 5-6 years ago or something?
Roughly. Like I said, don't know the exact year, but yeah, roughly that time frame.
And you ultimately did not take a part in those deliberation process?
That is correct. I was an alternate.
Did you have a good experience?
I think as good as an experience as you can have.
Okay. Was it a longer trial?
It was about a week, if my memory serves correctly.
Were you disappointed that you didn't get to take part in the deliberation process?
Slightly, yeah. I think after hearing the process, I formed an opinion and sat through it, so I was looking forward to it, as I think it's an important part of our society.
Okay. And in terms of that experience, I mean, you had kind of a preview, right, leading up to this. You know, there's some delays here and there, right? Yeah. But ultimately, there's nothing about that experience that would impact or impair your ability to be fair in this case?
No, sir.
Just want to follow up on one last question in your questionnaire. You indicated that it is a busy time for work, but that you could fulfill your civic duty in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So would you be going to work after jury duty and staying late, or how would you handle that?
Yeah, so I would be on leave, but there's probably some things I'd still have to pitch in and work through at night.
Okay. Is it like would you end up having to pull all-nighters and anyway have it affect your ability to serve here as a juror?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll pass for cause.
Mr. Flushin. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So, juror number 19.
Yes, sir.
You discussed in your questionnaire some information that you gathered or had prior to filling out the questionnaire about the case itself. And I just want to follow up on a couple of things. I think the first thing that I'd like you to explain a little bit further is that you said in news stories that you heard that George Floyd may have been under the influence of hard drugs, I think is what you described. And can you please tell me what you believe you've heard about that?
Trying to reflect back, just that there may have been drugs in his blood, but I cannot confirm or deny whether that is a truthful story at this time.
Aside from whether or not the story is truthful, I was interested that you use the term hard drugs. What do you define as hard drugs?
Anything that I wouldn't consider a recreational drug, so anything more than marijuana.
Okay. And so what effect, what ran through your mind when you heard this? Regardless of whether or not it's true, that George Floyd may have been under the influence of hard drugs.
Frankly, I don't think that should have much impact on the case, as whether you're under the influence of drugs doesn't determine whether you should be living or dead.
And I believe you also stated that you think that you heard that George Floyd had what you called a checkered past.
Yes.
Can you describe what you meant by that?
If I remember correctly, he has served previously prison sentences, or at least been convicted of crimes in the past.
And that's what you heard in the media?
That's what I heard in the media.
I think you also said that you believe that you heard that it involved a domestic disturbance?
I believe that's one of the cases that I had heard about, yes.
Can you describe for us what you think you heard about that, just as much detail as you can recall?
There's not a lot there, but just that one of his previous charges, at least, I don't know if it was conviction or not, had to do with either domestic assault or domestic disturbance.
Oh, one thing that you were asked in terms of prior information that you've heard, maybe prior opinions that you formed before coming here today, you were asked whether or not you could set those opinions aside and decide the case based solely on the evidence that you hear. Now, you may or may not hear any evidence like that at all. But just in the back of your mind, as you would be listening and thinking about this case, let's say you didn't hear any evidence regarding anything about George Floyd's past. Do you think you'd be able to put that out of your mind, or would it still, kind of be in the back of your mind that maybe George Floyd had some run-ins with the law?
I think I'd be able to set that aside because each case should be tried on its own.
And if you did hear information like that, that he'd had some run-ins with the law prior to the day that he died, do you think that that would have an effect on how you would decide the actions of those involved on that particular day?
I don't believe so, as I just said. I think that the trial should stand for itself as alone. What has happened in the past shouldn't be on trial here.
Can you, without disclosing, your precise title or the place you work, just provide a little bit more information about what exactly you do in your job?
Yeah, so I'm an auditor. So with that, I look at companies' financial statements to make sure that they're in accordance with the accounting standards.
Okay. And as an auditor, I think you said this is a busy time. Is this a particularly busy time for you as an auditor?
It's a little better right now. January is probably the worst, but here through June is busier than the second half of the year, yes.
And if you were seated as a juror in this case, on behalf of both sides, we'd be asking you to commit your full and undivided attention to this trial, to all of the witnesses who testify, to all of the exhibits that are offered, to all of the instructions of the judge. Would you be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
And you gave a good affirmative answer there. I just wanted to revisit an answer you gave before a couple of times when asked the question about would you be able to put aside any opinions you may have formed or media accounts you have heard. And I think you said, I believe I can, or I think I can. And just need to be very clear here, because if you were a pilot instead of an accountant, and I was about to get on your plane and I'd say, hey, are you gonna land this plane safely in Phoenix like we have planned? And you said, I believe so. I might turn around. And so I just need to hear from you when you say that you believe that you can set aside your prior opinions. Do you mean you can, or are you unsure?
I believe I can to the best of my ability.
Okay. And so when you say you believe you can, does that mean that you will or that you'll just try?
That I will.
That you will.
Yes, sir.
Getting back to the issue of your college friend or the friend of a friend who serves as a police officer,
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, I mean, if you had to evaluate the testimony of a police officer versus any other witness, do you believe that you would, take the word or the testimony of a police officer over that of a different witness, say a bystander?
Unless the question was directly related to subject matter that a police officer would have more knowledge on than a normal citizen, no.
Mm-hmm. So to draw that out a little bit, if you had two people seeing the same event, one, witness A was a police officer, witness B was a bystander, and they were just simply reporting what they saw, would you have a reason to believe one person over the other if what they said was something different?
No.
Okay. But if the officer was testifying about something, using your friend with the canine, for example, you'd probably tend to believe what that person would have to say about how his canine works over just some casual person who would
Yes,
describe.
I would assume a police officer would know more about the canine unit than someone that does not work within that portion of the police department.
So it sounds to me that it would be fair to say your opinion wouldn't just be exclusive to police officers, but you would tend to believe, say, a physician about medical things over a bystander or someone who is untrained.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. I think I understand. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I have no further questions, and I really appreciate your candor here today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Juror 19, you will serve on this jury.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to have you come back. You're free to go about your business until March 29th. And we'll have you back here at 9 a.m. And the deputies will escort you to the courtroom where you'll wait until we start the trial itself. We're anticipating about 4 weeks. In the meantime, you're not an investigator. Don't talk to people about the case. Don't try and check up on the case.
Will I be getting any further information in case the 29th is not the date, or will there be any confirmation before that point in time?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm making that commitment now since it's 3 weeks away. I don't want you to forget. We will definitely contact you if that changes, as you've already seen. Sometimes there are unforeseen delays. We're pretty confident in that date, so I think we're going to go with that. So if you don't hear from us, March 29th, 9 a.m., please be here. But I'm going to ask the jury office to give reminder calls to everybody.
Sounds good. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, sir. We have one juror left, but we have been going since 8 a.m. How do you want to proceed? Do you want to wait until tomorrow? We can talk a little bit about what motions we're going to hear at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Court, Your Honor.
Let the last juror go. All right, I think we're going to recess for the day because it is 4:26. And last juror number 20, Greg, Mr. Schaefer, would you make sure you tell them when you let them go, they'll be the first on our list at 9 o'clock.
Before we recess, if I can make a record of our bench conference regarding the matter we discussed this morning.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court recalls, juror reports, as that term is used, as a subject of a motion in limine this morning. Following that motion, we had a brief discussion in chambers about the definition of a report of a juror and distinguishing between criminal history reports and work product. And I believe that our conversation was that the defense was requesting criminal history reports. As a result of that conversation, we disclosed the criminal history reports run for jurors 1 through 6 prior to the beginning of voir dire this morning. And then over the noon hour, it is my understanding that the balance of those reports were provided to counsel. And so I believe that we've satisfied our obligations there and that the defense is agreeable to that.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, anything to add?
No, Your Honor, that's accurate. And I acknowledge receipt of the criminal history reports.
All right, thank you. With regard to motions, what are we going to be handling tomorrow morning? Do we have numbers that you can give me so I can... I've looked at all of them before, but I would like to brush up just in case.
If we may go have a discussion with someone.
All right, we'll go off the record.
So last night, Mr. Frank...
We're on the record. Go ahead. I just said we're on the record.
Last night, Mr. Frank and I had conversations about the motions that we intended to argue for today. I don't think that the email confirming those got sent until this morning. So I would just propose that Mr. Frank and I be given another opportunity to confer. I don't think he's in the courtroom right now. And I'll get that email to you earlier so we can brush up. But by my record, I believe that state's amended motion 2 is the only state motion remaining. The original 2 as amended by their March 4th filing. I believe that number 30 remains, number 31 remains, number 32 remains, number 33 remains. 34 has been partially dealt with. 36 remains. Let me just double check. Number 22 does still remain. I apologize if I... Number 23 remains.
All right, so we've got a substantial amount. Why don't we do this? Send an email to all parties in, my personal email, my court email, tonight, and just so we all know kind of ahead of time,
Yeah,
if that's possible.
I'll give Mr. Frank a call as soon as we're
Yeah, what's left and what specifically tomorrow morning we're going to do. That'd be appreciated. All right, and Mr. Schaefer, do the parties have a list of who's coming in tomorrow?
So I can give them, do you want me to send an email or tell them?
Let's send an email. That'll work.
Okay.
All right, anything else for the record before we recess for the day?
Not for the state. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, you know. All right, we're in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.